The 6th year of the Hijrah. Al-Bakha'i related from Ibn Ishaq. The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, then remained in Medina for Dhul Hijjah, Muharram, Safar, and the 2 months of Rabi. In Jumada al-Awwal, he set out towards the Banu Lihyan, seeking to avenge the companions of Al-Raji, Qubayb ibn Adi, and his comrades. He made it appear as though he were heading for Syria, so as to take the tribe by surprise, but he found that they had been forewarned and had fortified themselves upon the mountain-tops. So he said, "Were we to descend upon Uthman, the people of Makkah would think we had come to attack Makkah itself." So he descended with 200 riders from among his companions until he encamped at Uthman. He then sent forth 2 of his horsemen until they reached Qura al-Gamim, whereupon they turned back, and he returned, journeying homeward. The expedition of Du Karad. Then he arrived in Medina and remained there for some nights, when Uyayna ibn Hisn, with a troop of horsemen from Ghatafan, raided the milch camels of the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, at Al-Gaba. With the camels were a man from the Banu Gifar and his wife. They slew the man and carried off the woman with the camels. The first to be alerted to them was Salama ibn al-Aqwa. He had gone out in the morning towards Al-Gaba, accompanied by a servant of Talha ibn Ubaydillah, who had his horse with him. When he ascended the pass of Al-Wada, he saw some of their horsemen. He took a high vantage point on the side of Sal, and then cried out, "Oh, for a morning raid!" Then he set off, running in the tracks of the raiders, swift as a lion, until he caught up with them. He began to repel them with his arrows. When their cavalry charged towards him, he would retreat, and then outflank them, and whenever he had a clear shot, he would let fly his arrows. Word of this reached the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, who cried out in Medina, "To arms! To arms!" The horsemen rushed to the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, Al-Miqdad, Abad ibn Bishr, Usaid ibn Zuhair, Ukasha ibn Mihsan, and others. He appointed Sa'd ibn Zayd as their commander, and then said, "Go forth in pursuit of the enemy, until I join you with the men." The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, had said, "So it has reached me to Abu Ayyash. What if you were to give your horse to a man more skilled in horsemanship than you?" I replied, "O messenger of God, I am the most skilled of horsemen." And I spurred the horse, but by God it did not carry me more than 50 cubits before it threw me. I marvelled that the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, had said, "What if you were to give it to one more skilled than you?" and at my response to him. On that day, Salama ibn al-Aqwa was not a horseman, and he was the first to catch up with the enemy on foot. The horsemen then followed in pursuit of the enemy. The first to reach them was Muriz ibn Nadla al-Asadi. He caught up to them and stood before them, saying, "Halt, O sons of a contemptible woman, until those of the Muslims who are behind you catch up." A man from among them charged at him and killed him. No other Muslim was killed besides him. Abd al-Malik ibn Hisham said, "And on that day, from among the Muslims, Waqas ibn Mujaziz al-Mudliji was also killed." Al-Bakha'i related from Ibn Ishaq, "One whom I do not hold in suspicion narrated to me from Abdullah ibn Kab ibn Malik that Mujaziz was in fact upon the horse of Ukasha, which was called Al-Jannah. Mujaziz was killed and Al-Jannah was taken. When the cavalry caught up, Abu Qatada ibn Ribi killed Habib ibn Uyayna ibn Hisn and covered him with his cloak, then rejoined the men. The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, approached with the Muslims. They uttered the prayer of return to God, saying, "Abu Qatada has been killed." But the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "It is not Abu Qatada, but rather one slain by Abu Qatada, who has placed his cloak upon him, so that you may know he is his quarry." Ukasha ibn Mihsan overtook Awbar and his son Amr ibn Awbar, both riding on a single camel, and he transfixed them both with his spear, killing them together. They rescued some of the milch camels. The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, journeyed on until he encamped at the mountain of Du-Karad, and the men joined him there. The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, alighted there and remained for a day and a night. Salama said, "O messenger of God, if you were to dispatch me with 100 men, I would retrieve the rest of the herd and seize the enemy by their necks." The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, replied, as has been conveyed to me, "They are now being given their evening drink in the lands of Ghatafan." The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, then divided among his companions for every 100 men a camel to be slaughtered. They remained there and then returned to Medina. He said, "And the wife of the Ghifari man escaped upon a she-camel belonging to the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and came to him, saying, 'I have vowed to God that I will slaughter it if God delivers me upon it.' The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, smiled and then said, 'An evil recompense you would give it, that God carried you upon it and delivered you by it, and then you would slaughter it. Verily there is no vow in that which the son of Adam does not possess. This is but a she-camel from my herd. Return with God's blessing upon you.' I say, this expedition is known as the expedition of Al-Gaba, and it is also called the expedition of Du-Qarad. Ibn Ishaq and others mentioned that it took place in the 6th year. Muslim has transmitted that it occurred at the time of Al-Hudaybiyah. Abu al-Nadr Hashim ibn al-Qasim said, Ikrimah ibn Ammar narrated to us, saying, Iyas ibn Salama ibn al-Aqwa narrated to me from his father, who said, We came to Medina at the time of Al-Hudaybiyah with the messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. I went out along with Rabah, the servant of the Prophet. May God's peace and blessings be upon him, with the herd of the messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. I also took a horse belonging to Talha ibn Ubaydillah, which I intended to water with the camels. When it was still twilight, Abd al-Rahman ibn Uyayna raided the camels of the messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. He killed their herdsmen and drove them away, he and some men with him on horseback. I said, O Rabbah, mount this horse, take it to Talha, and inform the messenger of God of what has happened. I stood upon a hill, turned my face towards Medina, and then cried out 3 times, Oh, for a morning raid! Then I pursued the raiders with my sword and my arrows. I began to shoot at them and hamstring their mounts, especially as the trees grew thicker. When a horseman would turn back towards me, I would sit at the base of a tree and shoot. No horseman would approach me, but that I would hamstring his mount. I began to shoot at them, chanting, I am the son of Al-Aqwa, and this day is the day of doom for the low-born. I caught up to one of them and shot an arrow at him while he was on his mount. My arrow struck his saddle frame and pierced through to his shoulder. I cried, Take that, and I am the son of Al-Aqwa. Whenever we came to a narrow pass, I would ascend the mountain and rain down stones upon them. This remained my state and theirs. I pursued them, chanting my verses, until I had left behind me everything that God had created of the prophet's herd. May God's peace and blessings be upon him, and rescued it from their hands. Then I did not cease to shoot at them until they'd cast off more than 30 spears and more than 30 cloaks to lighten their load. And they would not cast anything aside, but that I would place stones upon it and gather it on the path of the messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. When the forenoon light had spread, Uyayna ibn Badr al-Fazari came to them as reinforcements, while they were in a narrow pass. I then climbed the mountain, and Uyayna asked, "What is this that I see?" They said, "We have met with such affliction from this man. He has not left us since before dawn until now, and has taken everything that was in our hands and placed it behind his back." Uyayna said, "Were it not that this man sees that he has support behind him, he would have left you. Let a few of you go up to him." So 4 of them came towards me and began to climb the mountain. When I let them hear my voice, I said, "Do you know who I am?" They said, "And who are you?" I said, "I am the son of Al-Aqwa, and by him who has honoured the face of Muḥammad, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, no man of you can pursue me and catch me, nor can I pursue him and he escape me." One of them said, "I believe it is as he says." I did not move from that spot until I saw the horsemen of the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, weaving through the trees. The first of them was Al-Akhram al-Asadi, and on his heels was Abu Qatada, and on his heels Al-Miqdad. The idolaters turned and fled. I came down from the mountain and intercepted Al-Akhram, taking the reins of his horse. I said, "O Akram, be wary of the enemy. I fear they may cut you off. Be patient until the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and his companions arrive." He said, "If you believe in God and the last day, do not stand between me and martyrdom." He said. So I released his reins, and he caught up with Abd al-Rahman ibn Uyayna. Abd al-Rahman struck him and killed him. Then Abd al-Rahman mounted Al-Akhram's horse. Abu Qatada caught up to him, and they exchanged 2 blows. Abd al-Rahman hamstrung Abu Qatada's horse, but Abu Qatada killed him and mounted Al-Akhram's horse. Then I set out, running in the tracks of the enemy until I could see no trace of the dust of my companions. Just before sunset, they turned towards a ravine in which there was water called Du Karad, intending to drink from it. But they saw me running behind them, so they turned away from it and ascended the mountain pass, the pass of Du Tyre, as the sun was setting. I caught up to a man and shot him, saying, "Take that, and I am the son of Al-Aqwa." He exclaimed, "May my mother be bereft of me! Al-Aqwa's son at daybreak?" I said, "Yes, O enemy of your own soul. The one I shot at daybreak was you." I followed it with another arrow, so that 2 arrows were lodged in him. They left behind 2 horses, which I seized and led to the messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him, who was at the water from which I had driven them away, Du Karad. And there was the prophet of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, with 500 men, and there was Bilal, who had slaughtered a camel from among those I had recovered, and was roasting its meat for the messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. I said, "O messenger of God, let me select 100 men from your companions, and I will fall upon the disbelievers in the darkness of night, and not a single one of them will be left to tell the tale." He asked, "Would you truly do that, O Salama?" I said, "Yes, by him who has honoured you." The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, laughed until I saw his molar teeth in the light of the fire. Then he said, "They are now being received as guests in the land of Ghatafan." A man from Ghatafan then came and said, "They passed by so-and-so of Ghatafan, who slaughtered a camel for them. As they began to skin it, they saw a cloud of dust, so they abandoned it and fled." When morning came, the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "The best of our horsemen today is Abu Qatada, and the best of our foot soldiers is Salama." He gave me both the share of a foot soldier and that of a horseman. Then he had me ride behind him on Al-Adba as we returned to Medina. When we were a short distance from it, about forenoon, there was a man among the people from the Ansar who could not be outrun. He began to call out, "Is there any to race?" And he repeated it. I said to him, "Do you not honour the noble, nor stand in awe of the honourable?" He said, "No, except for the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him." I said, "O messenger of God, may my father and mother be your ransom. Let me race him." He said, "If you wish." I said, "I am coming to you." He leaped from his mount, and I bent my legs and leaped from the she-camel. Then I held back for a stride or two, that is, I conserved my energy, and then I ran until I caught up to him and struck him between his shoulders with my hand. I said, "I have outrun you by God." He laughed and said, "I think so," and so we continued until we reached Medina. Muslim narrated this from a sheikh, from Hashim. I read to Abu al-Hasan Ali ibn Abdul Ghani al-Harrani in Egypt, and to Abu al-Hasan Ali ibn Aḥmad al-Hashimi in Alexandria, and to Abu Sa'id Sunqur ibn Abdullah in Aleppo, and to Aḥmad ibn Sulaiman al-Maqdisi at Qasiyun, and we were informed by Muḥammad ibn Abdul Salam al-Faqih, and Abu al-Ghanaim ibn Mahasin, and Umar ibn Ibrahim al-Adib, who said Abu al-Hasan Ali ibn Abi Bakr ibn Ruzaba informed us. And I read to Abu al-Husayn al-Yunini, and Muḥammad ibn Hashim al-Abbasi, and Ismail ibn Uthman al-Faqih, and Muḥammad ibn Hazim, and Ali ibn Baqa, and Aḥmad ibn Abdullah ibn Aziz, and a host of others. Abu Abdullah al-Husayn ibn Abi Bakr ibn al-Zubaydi informed you both. Abu al-Waqt al-Sijzi informed us, who said Abu al-Hasan al-Dawudi informed us, who said Abu Muḥammad ibn Hamway informed us, who said Muḥammad ibn Yusuf informed us, who said Muḥammad ibn Ismail al-Bukhari narrated to us, who said Maki ibn Ibrahim narrated to us, who said Yazid ibn Abi Ubaid narrated to us from Salama that he informed him, saying, "I went out from Medina, heading towards Al-Gaba. When I was at the pass of Al-Gaba, a servant of Abd al-Rahman ibn Auf met me. I said, 'Woe to you, what is it?' He said, 'The milch camels of the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, have been taken.' I said, 'Who has taken them?' He said, 'Ghatafan and Fazara.' So I cried out 3 cries that were heard between the 2 lava tracts of Medina. 'Oh, for a morning raid! Oh, for a morning raid!' Then I rushed forth until I came upon them, and they had already taken the camels. I began to shoot at them, declaring, 'I am the son of Al-Aqwa, and this day is the day of doom for the low-born.' I rescued the camels from them before they could drink. I returned, driving them before me. The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, met me, and I said, 'O Messenger of God, the enemy are thirsty, and I have prevented them from drinking their fill. Send a force in their pursuit.' He said, 'O son of Al-Aqwa, you have gained mastery, so be gentle. The people are being received as guests in their own land.'" The slaying of Abu Rafi. He was Salam ibn Abi al-Huqayq, also known as Abdullah ibn Abi al-Huqayq the Jew, may God's curse be upon him. Al-Baqai related from Ibn Ishaq. When the affair of the trench, and the matter of the Banu Qurayza had concluded, and Salam ibn Abi al-Huqaiq Abu Rafi had been among those who rallied the confederate tribes against the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, the tribe of Aus, before Uhud, had killed Ka'b ibn al-Ashraf. So the Khazraj sought permission from the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, to kill Ibn Abi al-Huqaiq, who was in Khaybar, and he granted them permission. Al-Zuri narrated to me from Abdullah ibn Ka'b ibn Malik, who said, "It was part of what God wrought for his messenger, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, that these two clans of the Ansar would vie with one another in the service of the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, like two rival stallions. The Aus would not perform a deed of great service for the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, but that the Khazraj would say, by God, they shall not surpass us in this virtue in the eyes of the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and in Islam. And they would not cease until they had accomplished something similar. And if the Khazraj did something, the Aus would say the same. When the Aus had dealt with Ka'b ibn al-Ashraf for his enmity towards the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, the Khazraj said, by God they shall not surpass us in this virtue. They conferred about who among men was as great an enemy to the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, as Ibn al-Ashraf, and they mentioned Ibn Abi al-Huqaiq, who was in Khaybar. They sought permission from the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and he granted it to them. So there went forth to him from the Khazraj 5 men of the Banu Salima, Abdullah ibn Atik, Masud ibn Sinan, Abdullah ibn Unais, Abu Qatada ibn Ribi, and another who was their ally. He appointed Ibn Atik as their commander. They set out until they reached Khaybar and came to the dwelling of Ibn Abi al-Huqaiq by night. They did not leave a single house in the compound, but that they locked it upon its inhabitants. Then they stood at his door and sought entry. His wife came out to them and asked, "Who are you?" They said, "We are seeking provisions." She said, "There is your man, go in to him." He said, "When we entered, we locked the chamber door on ourselves and on her, fearing that some struggle might arise that would come between us and him." His wife cried out, alerting him to our presence. We rushed towards him as he lay on his bed. By God, nothing guided us to him in the darkness of the room but his whiteness, like a Coptic cloth cast down. When she cried out, one of us would raise his sword over her, then he would remember the prohibition of the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, against killing women, and would stay his hand. When we had struck him with our swords, Abdullah ibn Unais pressed down upon him with his sword in his belly, until he pierced through him while he was crying, "Katni, katni," meaning, "Enough, enough." He said, "We then departed." Ibn Atik had poor eyesight and fell from the staircase, and his arm was grievously dislocated. We carried him until we came to a channel of one of their springs, and entered it. They lit fires and searched intensely in every direction until they despaired and returned to their master, gathering around him. We said, "How can we know that he has perished?" One of our men said, "I will go and see for you." He went forth until he entered among the people. He said, "I found her, holding a lamp in her hand, with men around her. She was looking into his face and speaking to them, saying, 'As for me, by God, I heard the voice of Ibn Atik. Then I disbelieved my own ears, and said, How could Ibn Atik be in this land?' Then she turned to him, looked into his face, and said, "He has expired, by the God of the Jews." I never heard a word that was sweeter to me than that. He said, "Then he came and told us the news. We carried our companion and came to the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and informed him. We disputed over who had killed him, each of us claiming it. He said, 'Bring your swords.' We brought them to him. He looked at them and said, regarding the sword of Abdullah ibn Unais, 'This one killed him. I see upon it the trace of food and drink.' And Zakaria ibn Abi Zaidah said, from Abu Ishaq from Al-Bara, who said, 'The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, sent a party of the Ansar to Abu Rafi. Abdullah ibn Atik entered his house by night and killed him while he was sleeping.' This was narrated by Al-Bukhari. And Israel said, from Abu Ishaq, from Al-Bara, 'The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, sent some men from the Ansar to Abu Rafi, with Abdullah, meaning Ibn Atik, as their commander. Abu Rafi used to harm the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and aid others against him. He was in a fortress of his in the land of the Hijaz. When they drew near, the sun had set, and the people had returned with their herds. Abdullah said to his companions, 'Sit here in your place, for I am going to try and be subtle with the gatekeeper, so that I may perhaps enter.' He approached until he was near the gate, then he veiled himself with his garment as if he were relieving himself. The people had already entered. The gatekeeper called out to him, 'O servant of God, if you wish to enter, then enter, for I am about to lock the gate.' So I entered and concealed myself. He locked the gate and hung the keys on a wooden peg. I stood up and opened the gate. Abu Rafi was holding evening conversation, and he was in an upper chamber. When his companions had departed, I ascended to him. Each time I opened a door, I would lock it behind me from the inside, saying to myself, 'If the people are alerted to my presence, they will not reach me until I have killed him.' I reached him and found him in a dark room amidst his family. I did not know where in the room he was. I called out, 'O Abu Rafi.' He said, 'Who is this?' I aimed for the source of the voice and struck him a blow with the sword, though I was disoriented, and it had no effect. He cried out. I left the room and waited for a short while. Then I re-entered and said, 'What was that blow, O Abu Rafi?' He said, 'Woe to your mother! A man in the room struck me just now with a sword.' He said, so I struck him another blow which wounded him severely, but did not kill him. Then I placed the tip of my sword on his belly until it came out his back, and I knew that I had killed him. I began to open the doors one by one until I reached a staircase. I placed my foot, thinking I had reached the ground, but I fell on a moonlit night, and my leg was broken. I bound it with my turban, then I went and sat by the gate. I said, 'I will not leave this night until I know whether I have killed him or not.' When the rooster crowed, the announcer of death stood on the wall and said, 'I announce the death of Abu Rafi.' I set off towards my companions, saying, 'Salvation, salvation, for God has killed Abu Rafi.' We reached the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and we narrated the event to him. He said, 'Stretch out your leg.' I stretched it out. He wiped it, and it was as if I had never felt any pain in it at all. This was narrated by Al-Bukhari. He also narrated it from the hadith of Ibrahim ibn Yusuf ibn Abi Ishaq, from his father, from his grandfather, from Al-Bara, in a similar fashion. In it says, 'Then I went to the doors of their houses and locked them upon them from the outside.' And in it, 'Then I came as if I were offering help, and I altered my voice and said, "What is the matter, O Abu Rafi?" He said, Is it not astonishing? A man entered upon me and struck me with a sword. He said, so I went towards him again and struck him another blow, but it had no effect. He cried out, and his family arose. Then I came again and altered my voice in the guise of one offering aid. He was lying on his back. I placed the sword on his belly, then I leaned on it until I heard the sound of bone. Then I went out, disoriented, to the steps, and I fell and dislocated my leg. I bound it. Then I came to my companions, hobbling, and said, Go and give the glad tidings to the messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him, for I shall not depart until I hear the announcer of death. When dawn broke, the announcer ascended and said, I announce the death of Abu Rafi. I stood up and walked, with no ailment in me. I caught up with my companions before they reached the Prophet. May God's peace and blessings be upon him, and I gave him the glad tidings. Ibn Lahia said, Abu al-Aswad narrated to us from Urwa, who said, Salam ibn Abi al-Huqaiq had rallied Ghatafan and the surrounding Arab idolaters, calling them to fight the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and offering them a great reward. So the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, sent a group to him, and they fell upon him in his house by night. Musa ibn Uqba said in his Maghazi, they made a night journey to Abu Rafi, the Jew in Khaybar, and killed him in his house. The slaying of Ibn Nubay al-Hudhali ibn Lahia. Abu al-Aswad narrated to us from Urwa, who said, the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, sent Abdullah ibn Unais al-Sulami to Sufyan ibn Nubay al-Hudhali of the Liyan tribe, to kill him while he was at Urana, a valley near Makkah. Muḥammad ibn Salama said from Ibn Ishaq, Muḥammad ibn Jafar ibn al-Zubayr narrated to me from Abdullah ibn Unais, from his father, who said, the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, summoned me and said, it has reached me that Ibn Nubay al-Hudali is gathering men to wage war against me, and he is in Nakhla or in Urana. Go to him and kill him. I said, O messenger of God, describe him to me so that I may recognize him. He said, the sign between you and him is that when you see him, you will feel a shiver. So I went out, girded with my sword, until I came upon him in the late afternoon as he was with his women, seeking a place for them to camp. When I saw him, I felt the shiver that the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, had described to me. I approached him, but I feared that a confrontation between us might distract me from the prayer. So I prayed as I walked towards him, gesturing with my head. When I reached him, he asked, Who is the man? I said, A man from the Arabs who heard of you and of your gathering against this man, and has come for that reason. He said, Indeed, we are in the midst of that. I walked with him until I had an opportunity. Then I fell upon him with the sword and killed him. Then I left, leaving his women keening over him. When I came to the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, he said, Radiant is the face. I said, I have killed him, O messenger of God. He said, You have spoken the truth. Then he rose with me, entered his house, and gave me a staff, saying, Keep this with you. I went out with it to the people. They said, What is this staff? I said, The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, gave it to me and commanded me to keep it with me. They said, Will you not return and ask him why? So I returned and asked him, Why did you give this to me, O messenger of God? He said, It is a sign between me and you on the day of resurrection. For on that day the fewest of people will be those who carry staffs. He said, So Abdullah bound it to his sword, and it never left him. When he died, he ordered that it be placed with him in his shroud, and they were buried together. Abd al-Warith ibn Sa'id narrated it from Ibn Ishaq, saying to Khalid ibn Sufyan al-Hudali, Musa ibn Uqbah said, "The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, sent him to Sufyan ibn Abdullah ibn Abi Nubayh al-Hudali, and God knows best. The expedition of Banu al-Mustalik, which is the expedition of al-Muraisi ibn Ishaq, said, The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, waged war against the Banu al-Mustalik of Khuzā in Shaban of the 6th year. Thus said Ibn Ishaq. Ibn Shihab and Urwa said, It was in Shaban of the 5th year. This is also related from Qatada. Al-Waqidi also stated this, saying, The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, set out on Monday, with 2 nights remaining of Shaban in the 5th year, and returned to Medina at the new moon of Ramadan. I say, in it was the incident of the slander, which has already been mentioned under the 5th year, and that is the correct account. The expedition to Najd, it is said that it was in Muharram of the 6th year. Al-Layth ibn Sa'd said Al-Maqburi narrated to me that he heard Abu Hurairah say, The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, sent a contingent of horsemen towards Najd, and they returned with a man from the Banu Hanifa named Thumama ibn Uthal, the chieftain of the people of Al-Yamama. They bound him to one of the pillars of the mosque. The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, came out to him and said, What have you to say for yourself? He replied, I have good to offer, O Muḥammad. If you kill one whose blood is of consequence. If you show grace to one who is grateful. And if you desire wealth, then ask, and you shall be given whatever you wish of it. The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, left him until the next day, when he said, What have you to say for yourself, O Thumama? He replied, I have what I told you. If you show grace to one who is grateful. If you kill one whose blood is of consequence. And if you desire wealth, then ask, and you shall be given whatever you wish of it. He said, Release him. He went to a palm grove near the mosque, performed a complete ablution, then entered the mosque and said, I bear witness that there is no God but God, and that Muhammad is the messenger of God. O Muhammad, by God, there was no face on earth more detestable to me than your face. But now your face has become the most beloved of all faces to me. By God, there was no religion more detestable to me than your religion, but now your religion has become the most beloved of all religions to me. By God, there was no land more detestable to me than your land, but now your land has become the most beloved of all lands to me. Your horsemen seized me while I intended to perform the Umrah. What is your counsel? The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, gave him glad tidings and instructed him to perform the Umrah. When he reached Makkah, someone said to him, Have you apostatized, O Thumama? He said, Nay, but I have submitted to God. And by God, not a single grain of wheat shall reach you from Al-Yamama until the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, gives his leave. This is agreed upon. Muslim also narrated it from the hadith of Abd al-Hamid ibn Jafar from Al-Maqburi. Muḥammad ibn Ishaq differed in what Yunus ibn Bukayr related from him. Sayyid al-Maqburi narrated to me from Abu Hurairah, who said, The submission of Thumamah ibn Uthal came about because the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, had supplicated to God when Thumama had confronted the messenger of God, "May God's peace and blessings be upon him," in the way he did while he was an idolater, and he had intended to kill him. He then came intending to perform the Umrah and entered Medina, where he became disoriented until he was captured and brought before the messenger of God, "May God's peace and blessings be upon him." He ordered that he be tied to one of the pillars of the mosque, and in it, "And if you ask for wealth, you shall be given it." Abu Huraira said, "We, the destitute, began to say to one another, 'What shall we do with the blood of Thumama? By God, a meal from a fattened camel received as his ransom would be more beloved to us than his blood.' I say, this indicates that Thumama's submission occurred after the submission of Abu Huraira, which was in the 7th year. He then related the hadith, in which it is mentioned. He departed from Makkah to Al-Yamama, and blocked the transport of grain to Makkah until the Quraysh were in hardship. They wrote to the messenger of God, "May God's peace and blessings be upon him," asking him by the ties of kinship to write to Thumama to allow the transport of food to them. Al-Yamama was the breadbasket of Makkah. He said, "So the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, gave his permission." In this year, among the expeditions according to what Al-Waqidi has claimed, he said, "The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, sent Ukasha ibn Mihsan in Rabi al-Awwal or al-Akhir with 40 men to Al-Gamr. Among them were Thabit ibn Akram and Shuja ibn Wahb. They made haste, but the people were warned of their approach and fled. Ukasha encamped at their watering places and sent out scouts, who found someone who led them to some of their livestock. They found 200 camels and drove them to Medina. He also said, in this year he sent the expedition of Abu Ubaidah to Al-Qasa with 40 men. They marched by night on foot and reached Du Al-Qasa in the dim light of dawn. They raided them, but the enemy escaped them by fleeing into the mountains. They captured one man, who then submitted to Islam, and the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, sent Muḥammad ibn Maslama with 10 men. The enemy lay in ambush for them until he and his companions were asleep, and they were not aware of them until the enemy was upon them. Muhammad's companions were killed, and he himself escaped, wounded. He said, and in it was the expedition of Zayd ibn Haritha at Al-Jamum. He captured a woman from Muzayna named Halima, who guided them to a place where they seized livestock and captives, among them her husband. The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, granted her and her husband their freedom. In it was the expedition of Zayd ibn Haritha to Al-Taraf, to the Banu Thalaba, with 15 men. The Bedouins fled in fear. He captured 20 of their camels and was away for 4 nights. In it was the expedition of Zayd ibn Haritha to Al-Is, in Jumada al-Awwal, where the wealth that was with Abu al-As was seized. He sought the protection of Zainab, the daughter of the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and she granted it to him. Musa ibn Muḥammad ibn Ibrahim narrated to me from his father, who said, Dihya al-Kalbi was returning from the court of Caesar, who had gifted him with wealth. As he came to Hisma, he was met by some men from Judam, who ambushed him on the road and robbed him. He came to the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, before entering his own house, and informed him. The Prophet sent Zayd ibn Haritha to Hisma, which is beyond the valley of Al-Qura. This was in Jumada al-Akhira. Then the expedition of Zayd to the valley of Al-Qura in Rajab. Then he said, and Abdullah ibn Jafar narrated to me from Yaqub ibn Utbah, who said, Ali, may God be pleased with him, went out with 100 men to Fadak, to a clan of the Banu Sa'd ibn Bakr. This was because it had reached the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, that they were gathering a force with the intention of aiding the Jews of Khaybar. He marched towards them by night and lay in wait by day. He captured a scout who confessed to him that he had been sent to Khaybar to offer them their support in exchange for a share of the dates of Khaybar. Al-Waqidi said, and that was in Shaban. The expedition against Kirfa was in Ramadan. Zayd ibn Haritha was sent against her because she had been harming the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, as mentioned by Al-Waqidi. He said, and in this year was the expedition of Abd al-Rahman ibn Auf to Dumat al-Jandal in Shaban. The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said to him, if they obey, then marry the daughter of their king. The people submitted, and Abd al-Rahman married Tumadir bint al-Asbagh, the mother of Abu Salama, whose father was their king. In Shawwal was the expedition of Quds ibn Jabir al-Fihri against the Uraniyin, who had killed the herdsman of the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and driven off the camels. He sent him with 20 horsemen in their pursuit. Ibn Abi Aruba said from Qatada, from Anas, a group from Ukl and Uraina came to the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and said, we are people of livestock, not people of the settled country, and we have found the climate of Medina unhealthy. So the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, ordered for them a herd of camels and provisions, and commanded them to go out with them and drink from their urine and milk. They went forth, and when they were in the region of the Hara, they killed the herdsman of the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, drove off the herd, and disbelieved after their submission to Islam. The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, sent men in pursuit of them. He ordered that their hands and feet be cut off, and their eyes be branded, and they were left in a part of the Hara until they died in that state. Qatada said, and it was mentioned to us that this verse was revealed concerning them, the recompense of those who wage war against God and his messenger. 5.33 Qatada said, it has reached us that after that the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, would exhort to charity in his sermons and forbid mutilation. This is agreed upon in some of its chains of transmission from Ukel or Uraina. Shuba, Hammam, and others narrated it from Qatada, saying, from Uraina, without any doubt. Likewise said Humayd, Thabit, and Abd al-Aziz ibn Suhaib, from Anas. Zuhair said, Simak ibn Harb narrated to us, from Muawiyah ibn Qurra, from Anas, that a group from Uraina came to the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and pledged their allegiance to him. A sickness had broken out in Medina the Mum, which is pleurisy, and they said, this ailment has befallen us, O messenger of God. If you would permit us, we would go out to the camels. He said, yes, go out and be with them. So they went out, but they killed one of the 2 herdsmen and made off with the camels. The other one came, wounded, and said, they have killed my companion and taken the camels. With him were young men from the Ansar, about 20 of them. He sent them after the raiders and sent with them a tracker to follow their trail. He had them brought, and he cut off their hands and their feet and branded their eyes. This was narrated by Muslim. Ayub said from Abu Kilaba, from Anas, who said, a group from Ukel came and submitted to Islam, but the land did not agree with them. He then mentioned the story, and in it The sun had not risen high before they were brought. He ordered that iron nails be heated for them, and he cauterized them with them, cut off their hands and feet, did not staunch their bleeding, and cast them into the Hara, where they begged for water but were not given any, until they died. This was narrated by Al-Bukhari. The submission of Abu al-As. In detail, Abu al-As ibn al-Rabi, ibn Abd al-Uzza, ibn Abd Shams, ibn Abd Manaf, ibn Qusay al-Abshami, the son-in-law of the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, through his daughter Zainab, the mother of Umama, submitted to Islam in the middle of the 6th year. His name was Laqit, as stated by Ibn Ma'in and Al-Falas. Ibn Sa'd said his name was Miqsam, and his mother was Hala bint Kuwaylid, the maternal aunt of his wife. Thus they were first cousins. He married her before the divine call, and she bore him Ali, who died as a child, and Umama, whom the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, prayed while carrying her. She is the one whom Ali, may God be pleased with him, married after the death of her maternal aunt Fatima, may God be pleased with her. Abu al-As was called Jaru al-Batha, the lion cub of Makkah. He was captured on the day of Badr, while Zainab was in Makkah. Yahya ibn Abbad ibn Abdullah ibn al-Zubayr said from his father, from Aisha, who said she sent wealth for his ransom, including a necklace of hers that Khadijah had given her upon her marriage. When the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, saw the necklace, his heart softened for her, and he said, "If you see fit to release her captive and return to her what is hers, then do so." They did so. And he took a covenant from him that he would secretly allow Zainab to journey to the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. Ibn Ishaq said, the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, sent Zayd ibn Haritha and another man, saying, "Be at the valley of Yajaj until Zainab passes by you." This was a month after Badr. He said, and Abu al-As was one of the esteemed men of Quraysh in wealth, trustworthiness, and trade. Islam had separated him and Zainab, except that the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, was not yet in a position to enforce their separation. Yunus related from Ibn Ishaq, Abdullah ibn Abi Bakr ibn Hazm narrated to me, saying, Abu al-As went out as a merchant to Syria, and he was a trustworthy man. With him were goods belonging to the Quraysh. On his return journey he was met by an expedition of the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. They drove off his caravan, but he escaped. They came to the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, with what they had captured, and he divided it among them. Abu al-As came and entered upon Zainab, seeking her protection, and asked her to request from the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, that his wealth be returned to him. The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, summoned the expedition and said to them, "This man is of us, as you well know. You have taken his wealth and that of others which was with him. It is spoils of war. If you see fit to return it to him, then do so. But if you are unwilling, then you and your right shall prevail." They said, "Nay, we will return it to him." And by God, they returned to him all that they had taken, to the point that a man would bring a water skin, and another a small leather vessel and a rope. Then he departed and reached Makkah, and returned to the people their goods. When he had finished, he said, "O assembly of Quraysh, does anyone among you still have any wealth with me?" They said, "No. May God reward you with good." He then said, "As for me, by God, nothing prevented me from submitting to Islam before I came to you, except the fear that you would think I had only submitted to make off with your wealth. I now bear witness that there is no God but God, and that Muhammad is his servant and his messenger." As for Musa ibn Uqba, he mentioned that the wealth of Abu al-As was in fact taken by Abu Basir during the truce after this date. Ibn Numayr said, from Ismail ibn Abi Khalid, from al-Shabi, who said, Abu al-As arrived from Syria with the wealth of the idolaters. His wife Zainab had already submitted and emigrated. It was said to him, "Would you not submit to Islam and take this wealth that is with you?" He replied, "An evil way to begin my submission that I should betray my trust." His wife vouched for him that he would return, render to every person their due, and then come back and submit. He did so. And the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, did not separate them. Ibn Lahiya said, from Musa ibn Jubair al-Ansari, from Iraq ibn Malik, from Abu Bakr ibn Abd al-Rahman, from Salama, that Zainab, the daughter of the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, was sent a message by her husband Abu al-As. "Seek for me a guarantee of safety from your father." She put her head out from the door of her chamber, while the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, was leading the dawn prayer. And she said, "O people, I am Zainab, daughter of the Messenger of God, and I have granted protection to Abu al-As." When the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, had finished the prayer, he said, "O people, I had no knowledge of this until you heard it. But know that the lowliest among the people may grant protection on their behalf." Ibn Ishaq said, from Dawood ibn al-Husayn, from Ikrimah, from Ibn Abbas, who said, "The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, returned his daughter to Abu al-As, based on their first marriage, after 6 years. Hajjaj ibn Arta said, from Muḥammad ibn Ubaydillah al-Arzami, who is a weak narrator, from Amr ibn Shu'aib, from his father, from his grandfather, that the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, returned her with a new dower and a new marriage contract. Imam Aḥmad said, "This hadith is weak. The sound report is that the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, confirmed their original marriage." Ibn Ishaq said, "Then Abu al-As returned to Mecca as a Muslim, and did not witness any battle with the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. He later came to Medina and passed away at the end of the 12th year, and God knows best. The expedition of Abdullah ibn Rawaha to Usayr ibn Zaram in Shawwal. It is said that when Salam ibn Abi al-Hukayk was killed, the Jews appointed Usayr ibn Zaram as their leader. He went about among Ghatafan and others, gathering them for war against the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, dispatched Ibn Rawaha with 3 men on a secret mission. He inquired about Usayr's news and his vulnerabilities, and was informed. He returned to the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and told him what he had learned. The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, called the people to arms, and 30 men volunteered. He sent them under the command of Ibn Rawaha. They came to Usayr and said, "We are safe, and we wish to present to you the purpose for which we have come." He said, "Yes, and I shall have the same from you." They said, "Yes." They then said, "The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, has sent us to you so that you may come to him, and he will appoint you over Khaybar and treat you with excellence." He was tempted by this and set out, and with him 30 of the Jews, with each man riding behind one of the Muslims. When they were at Karkaratu Thiba, Usair had a change of heart. Abdullah ibn Unais, who was in the expedition, said, "He reached with his hand for my sword. I perceived his intent and spurred my camel, saying, 'Treachery, O enemy of God!' He did this twice. I dismounted and drove the men on until I was alone with Usair. I struck him with the sword and severed most of his thigh. He fell, and in his hand was a wooden staff with a sharp point, with which he struck me, inflicting a deep head wound. We turned upon his companions and killed them. One man from among them escaped. We came to the messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. And he said, 'God has indeed delivered you from a wrongdoing people.'" Ibn Lahia said, from Abu al-Aswad, from Urwa, and Musa ibn Uqba from Ibn Shihab, that the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, sent Abdullah ibn Rawaha with 30 horsemen, among them Abdullah ibn Unais, to Bashir ibn Rizam the Jew. They came to him in Khaybar, and he related a similar account, and God knows best. The story of the expedition of Al-Hudaybiyah, which is at a distance of 9 miles from Makkah. The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, set out for it in Dhu al-Qada of the 6th year. This was stated by Nafi, Qatada, Az-Zuhri, Ibn Ishaq, and others, and Urwa in his Maghazi, in the narration of Abu al-Aswad. Ali ibn Mushir is singular in his narration, from Hisham, from his father, that the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, set out for Al-Hudaybiyah in Ramadan, and that Al-Hudaybiyah was in Shawwal. In the 2 Sahihs, from Hudbah, from Hammam, who said, Qatada narrated to us that Anas informed him that the Prophet of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, performed 4 umrahs, all of them in Dhu al-Qada, except for the umrah that was with his Hajj, the umrah of Al-Hudaybiyah at the time of Al-Hudaybiyah in Dhu al-Qada, an umrah in the following year, an umrah from Al-Jirana, where he divided the spoils of Hunain in Dhu al-Qada, and an umrah with his Hajj. Al-Zuhri said, from Urwa, from Al-Miswar ibn Makhrama, that the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, set out in the year of Al-Hudaybiyah with a little over 100 of his companions. When he was at Dhu al-Hulayfa, he garlanded the sacrificial animals, marked them, and entered the state of consecration there. This was narrated by Al-Bukhari. Shuba said, from Amr ibn Murrah, who heard Ibn Abi Awfa, who had witnessed the pledge of Ridwan, say, we were on that day 1,300, and the tribe of Aslam on that day comprised 1/8 of the emigrants. This was narrated by Muslim, and Al-Bukhari cited it without a full chain in his Sahih. Hussein ibn Abd al-Rahman said, from Salim ibn Abi al-Jad, from Jabir, who said, had we been 100,000, it would have sufficed us. We were 1,500. This is agreed upon. Al-Amash differed from him, narrating from Salim, from Jabir, who said, we were 1,400, the companions of the tree. This is also agreed upon. It is as if Jabir said this by way of approximation. It may be that they were a full 1,400, with an additional number that he did not consider, or 1,500 lacking a number that he did not consider. The Arabs do this often. Just as you see they have differed on the age of the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, sometimes including the year in which he was born and the year in which he died in the count, and at other times counting only the complete years and remaining silent about the additional months. This is clarified by the fact that Qatada said, I asked Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib, how many were those who witnessed the Pledge of Ridwan? He said, 1,500. I said, but Jabir said they were 1,400. He said, may God have mercy on him, he was mistaken. He himself narrated to me that they were 1,500. This was narrated by Al-Bukhari. Amr ibn Dinar said, I heard Jabir ibn Abdullah say, we were, on the day of Al-Hudaybiyah, 1,400. The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said to us, you are the best of the people of the earth. This is agreed upon from the hadith of Ibn Uyayna. Al-Layth said, from Abu al-Zubayr, from Jabir, we were, on the day of Al-Hudaybiyah, 1,400. This is sound. Al-Amash said, from Abu Sufyan, from Jabir, we slaughtered, in the year of Al-Hudaybiyah, 70 sacrificial camels, each camel for 7 people. We asked Jabir, how many were you on that day? He said, 1,400, with our cavalry and our foot soldiers. Likewise said Al-Bara ibn Azib, Makil ibn Yasser, and Salama ibn al-Aqwa, in the sounder of the 2 narrations from him. And Al-Musayyab ibn Hazn, from the narration of Qatada, from Sa'id, from his father. Al-Bukhari said, Ma'mar, from Al-Zuhri, from Urwa, from Al-Miswar, and Marwan ibn al-Hakam, each one of them confirming the narration of the other, they said, the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, set out at the time of Al-Hudaybiyah with a little over 1,000 of his companions. When they were at Du al-Hulayfa, the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, garlanded the sacrificial animals and marked them, and entered the state of consecration for the Umrah. He sent ahead of him a scout from Khuzā to bring him news of the Quraysh. He journeyed on until he was at the spring of Al-Ashtat, near Usfan. His Khuzai scout came to him and said, I have left Kab ibn Lu'ay and Amir ibn Lu'ay, having gathered multitudes for you, and they will fight you and bar you from the house. The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, advise me. Do you think we should turn towards the families of those who have aided them and strike them? If they remain behind, they will remain aggrieved, and if they persist, it will be a neck that God has severed. Or do you think we should head for the house, and whoever bars us from it, we shall fight them? Abu Bakr said, God and his messenger know best. We have only come to perform the Umrah and have not come to fight anyone. But whoever stands between us and the house, we will fight him. He said, then let us proceed. Al-Zuhri said in the hadith, so they proceeded. When they were on a part of the road, the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, verily, Khalid ibn al-Walid is at Al-Ghamim, with a cavalry of Quraysh as a vanguard, so take the path to the right. And by God, Khalid did not sense them until he saw the dust of the army. He galloped off as a warner to the Quraysh. The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, journeyed on until he was at the pass from which one descends upon them, and his she-camel knelt. The people said, Hal, Hal, but she persisted. They said, Al-Qaswa has become stubborn, Al-Qaswa has become stubborn. He said, then let us proceed. Al-Zuri said, Abu Huraira said, I have never seen anyone who consulted his companions more than the Messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. Al-Miswar and Marwan said in their hadith, so they proceeded. When they were on a part of the road, the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, verily, Khalid ibn al-Walid is at Al-Ghamim with a cavalry of Quraysh. The hadith returns to its original narration. The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, Al-Qaswa has not become stubborn, nor is that her nature. Rather, she has been held back by the one who held back the elephant. Then he said, By him in whose hand is my soul, they will not ask of me any plan in which they magnify the sacred ordinances of God, but that I will grant it to them. Then he urged her, and she sprang up with him. He said, So he turned aside until he encamped at the farthest end of Al-Hudaybiyah, by a well of little water, which the people were only able to draw from in small amounts. It was not long before the people had exhausted it. They complained to the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, of thirst. He drew an arrow from his quiver and then ordered them to place it in the well. He said, And by God, it did not cease to gush forth for them with abundant water until they had departed from it. While they were in this state, Budayl ibn Warqa al-Khuzai came to him with a group from Khuzā. They were the trusted confidants of the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, from among the people of Tihama. He said, I have left Kab ibn Lu'ay and Amir ibn Lu'ay encamped at the watering places of Al-Hudaybiyah, with them their she-camels with young. They are determined to fight you and to bar you from the house. The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, We have not come to fight anyone, but we have come to perform the Umrah. Verily, war has exhausted the Quraysh and has harmed them. If they wish, I shall grant them a truce for a period, and they shall leave me and the people to ourselves. And if they wish to enter into that which the people have entered, they may do so. Otherwise, they have had their respite. But if they refuse, then by him in whose hand is my soul, I shall fight them over this matter of mine until my head is severed, or until God brings his command to pass. Budayl said, I shall convey to them what you say. He went forth until he came to the Quraysh and said, We have come to you from this man and have heard him say something. If you wish for us to present it to you, we shall do so. Their foolish ones said, We have no need for you to tell us anything about him. But those of sound judgment among them said, Bring what you have heard. He said, I heard him say such and such. And he related to them what the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, had said. Then Urwa ibn Mas'ud al-Thaqafi stood up and said, O people, am I not as a father to you? They said, Yea. He said, Am I not as a son? They said, Yea. He said, Do you hold me in any suspicion? They said, No. He said, Do you not know that I called upon the people of Ukaz to rally, and when they refused me, I came to you with my family and my children and those who obeyed me? They said, Yea. He said, Verily, this man has offered you a path of righteousness. Accept it, and let me go to him. They said, Go to him. So he came to him and began to speak to the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, who said to him something similar to what he had said to Budayl. Urwa said, O Muḥammad, what if you were to annihilate your own people? Have you ever heard of any Arab who wiped out his own kin before you? And if the other outcome should befall, then by God I see before me faces, and I see a rabble of men who are liable to flee and abandon you. Abu Bakr, may God be pleased with him, said to him, Go, suckle the organ of Al-Lat. Shall we flee from him and abandon him? He asked, Who is that? He was told, Abu Bakr. He said, By him in whose hand is my soul. Were it not for a favour you did for me, which I have not yet repaid, I would have answered you. He said, and he began to speak to the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and every time he spoke he would take hold of his beard. Al-Mughira ibn Shuba was standing at the head of the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, holding a sword and wearing a helmet. Every time Urwa reached for the beard of the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, he would strike his hand with the hilt of the sword and say, "Remove your hand." He raised his head and asked, "Who is this?" They said, "Al-Mughira ibn Shuba." He said, "O treacherous one, am I not still striving on behalf of your treachery?" Al-Mughira had been in the company of some people in the time of ignorance, whom he killed and whose wealth he took. Then he came and submitted to Islam, and the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "As for your Islam, I accept it, but as for the wealth, I have nothing to do with it." Then Urwa began to observe the companions of the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. By God, the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, would not expectorate, but that it would fall into the palm of one of them, who would then rub it on his face and his skin. When he commanded them with something, they would hasten to it. When he performed ablution, they would surge forward, almost fighting over the water of his ablution. When he spoke, they would lower their voices in his presence, and they would not fix their gaze upon him out of reverence for him. Urwa returned to his people and said, "O people, by God, I have been a delegate to kings. I have been a delegate to Caesar, Khosrow, and the Negus. By God, I have never seen a king whom his companions magnify as the companions of Muhammad magnify Muhammad. By God, he does not expectorate, but that it falls into the palm of one of them, who then rubs it on his face and skin. When he commands them, they hasten to his command. When he performs ablution, they almost fight over the water of his ablution. When he speaks, they lower their voices in his presence, and they do not fix their gaze upon him out of reverence for him. He has offered you a path of righteousness, so accept it." A man from the Banu Kinana said, "Let me go to him." They said, "Go to him." When he came into view of the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and his companions, the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "This is so-and-so, and he is from a people who venerate the sacrificial animals. So send them forth for him." They were sent forth, and the people met him, chanting in the Talbiyah. When he saw that, he said, "Glory be to God! It is not right that these people should be barred from the house." He returned to his companions and said, "I have seen the sacrificial animals garlanded and marked, and I do not see that they should be barred from the house." A man from among them named Mikraz ibn Hafs stood up and said, "Let me go to him." They said, "Go to him." When he came into view, the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "This is Mikraz, and he is a perfidious man." He began to speak to the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. While he was speaking, Suhail ibn Amr arrived. Mamar said, and Ayyub informed me from Ikrimah that he said, when Suhail came, the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Your affair has now been made easy for you." Al-Zuhri said in his hadith, Suhail ibn Amr came and said, "Come, let us write a treaty between us and you." The Prophet called for the scribe, and the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Write, in the name of God, the most gracious, the dispenser of grace." Suhail said, "As for the most gracious, by God, I do not know what it is, but write, in your name, O God, as you used to write." The Muslims said, "By God, we will not write it except in the name of God, the most gracious, the dispenser of grace." The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Write, in your name, O God." Then he said, "This is what Muhammad, the messenger of God, has agreed upon." Suhail said, "By God, if we knew that you were the messenger of God, we would not have barred you from the house, nor would we have fought you. But write, Muhammad, son of Abdullah." The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "I am indeed the messenger of God, even if you disbelieve me. Write, Muhammad, son of Abdullah." Al-Zuri said, "This was in keeping with his saying, 'They will not ask of me any plan in which they magnify the sacred ordinances of God, but that I will grant it to them.'" The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, then said to him, "On the condition that you leave the house for us, so that we may circumambulate it." He replied, "By God, the Arabs will not say that we were taken by force, but it shall be for you in the coming year." And so it was written. Then Suhail said, "And on the condition that no man from us comes to you, even if he be upon your religion, but that you shall return him to us." The Muslims said, "Glory be to God! How can he be returned to the idolaters when he has come as a Muslim?" While they were in this state, Abu Jandal ibn Suhail ibn Amr came, dragging himself in his fetters, having escaped from the lower part of Makkah, until he threw himself among the Muslims. Suhail said, "This is the very first thing on which I hold you to our agreement, that you return him." The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "We have not yet concluded the treaty." He said, "Then, by God, I will never make peace with you on anything." The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Then grant him to me as a favour." He said, "I will not grant him to you as a favour." He said, "Yea, but do so." He said, "I will not do so." Mikraz said, "Nay, we have indeed granted him protection." Abu Jandal said, "O assembly of Muslims, am I to be returned to the idolaters when I have come as a Muslim? Do you not see what I have endured?" For he had been subjected to a severe torment for the sake of God. Umar said, "By God, I had not doubted since I submitted, except on that day. I came to the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and said, 'O Messenger of God, are you not the Prophet of God?' He said, 'Yea.' I said, 'Are we not upon the truth, and our enemy upon falsehood?' He said, 'Yea.' I said, 'Then why do we accept this debasement in our religion?' He said, 'I am the messenger of God, and I do not disobey him, and he is my helper.' I said, 'Did you not use to tell us that we would come to the house and circumambulate it, as is our right?' He said, 'Yea, but did I inform you that you would come to it this year?' I said, 'No.' He said, 'Then you shall indeed come to it and circumambulate it.' He said, 'So I went to Abu Bakr and said, O Abu Bakr, is this not the Prophet of God in truth?' He said, 'Yea.' I said, 'Are we not upon the truth, and our enemy upon falsehood?' He said, 'Yea.' I said, 'Then why do we accept this debasement in our religion?' He said, 'O man, he is the messenger of God, and does not disobey his Lord, and he is his helper. So hold fast to his stirrup until you die, for by God he is upon the truth.' I said, 'Did he not use to tell us that we would come to the house and circumambulate it?' He said, 'Yea, but did he inform you that you would come to it this year?' I said, 'No.' He said, 'Then you shall indeed come to it and circumambulate it.' Al-Zuri said, Umar said, 'I perform many deeds on account of that day.' When he had finished with the writing of the treaty, the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, 'Arise, slaughter your animals, and then shave your heads.' He said, 'And by God, not a single man among them stood up until he had said it 3 times. When no one among them arose, he stood up and entered upon Salama, and told her what he had met with from the people. She said, "O Prophet of God, do you wish for that? Go out and do not speak a word to anyone until you have slaughtered your sacrificial animal, then call for your barber to shave you." So he stood up, went out, and spoke to no one until he had done that. When they saw that, they arose and slaughtered, and they began to shave one another, until some of them almost killed others out of grief. Then believing women came to him, and God revealed, "When believing women come to you as emigrants, examine them." 60:10 until he reached, "And do not hold on to the ties of marriage with unbelieving women." 60:10. On that day Umar divorced 2 wives he had in the state of idolatry. One of them was married by Muawiyah and the other by Safwan ibn Umayyah. Then the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, returned to Medina. Abu Basir, a man from Quraysh who was a Muslim, came to him. They sent 2 men in pursuit of him, saying, "The covenant which you made with us." So he handed him over to the 2 men. They went out with him until they reached Du al-Hulayfa. They stopped to eat some of their dates. Abu Basir said to one of the 2 men, "By God, I see that this sword of yours is very fine." The other drew it and said, "Indeed, by God, it is fine. I have tried it time and again." Abu Basir said, "Let me see it." He gave it to him, and he struck him with it until he was dead. The other fled until he reached Medina, entering the mosque at a run. He said to the Prophet, "May God's peace and blessings be upon him. By God, my companion has been killed, and I am surely to be killed." He said, Then Abu Basir came and said, "O Prophet of God, God has fulfilled your pledge. By God, you returned me to them, and then God delivered me from them." The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Woe to his mother! What a firebrand of war he would be had he but a following." When he heard that, he knew that he would be returned to them. So he went out until he reached the seashore. Abu Jandal ibn Suhail escaped from them and joined Abu Basir. No man from Quraysh who had submitted to Islam went out, but that he joined Abu Basir, until a band of them had gathered. He said, "And by God, they would not hear of a caravan of Quraysh heading for Syria, but that they would intercept it, kill them, and take their wealth." The Quraysh sent a message to the Prophet. May God's peace and blessings be upon him, adjuring him by God and by the ties of kinship to send for them, and that whoever came to him from them would be safe. So the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, sent for them. And God revealed, and he it is who has held back their hands from you and your hands from them. 48:24, until he reached the fierce arrogance of the time of ignorance. 48:26. Their arrogance was that they did not acknowledge the Prophet of God, nor did they acknowledge, in the name of God, the most gracious, the dispenser of grace, and they stood between them and the house. This was narrated by Al-Bukhari, from Al-Musnidi, from Abd al-Razzaq, from Ma'mar, in its entirety. Qur'an said, from Abu al-Zubayr, from Jabir, from the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, who said, "Whoever ascends the pass of Al-Murar, his sins shall be shed from him, as they were shed from the children of Israel." The first to ascend were the horsemen of the Banu al-Khazraj. Then the people hastened after them. The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "All of you are forgiven, except for the owner of the red camel." We said, "Come, let the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, seek forgiveness for you." He said, "By God, To find my lost property is more beloved to me than that your companion should seek forgiveness for me." And he was a man searching for his lost property. This was narrated by Muslim. And Al-Bukhari related that Ubayd Allah ibn Musa narrated from Israel, from Abu Ishaq, from Al-Bara, who said, "You consider the great conquest to be the opening of Makkah. And while the opening of Makkah was, in truth, a great opening, we hold the true victory to be the pledge of God's good pleasure on the day of Al-Hudaybiyah. We were with the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, numbering 1,400. Al-Hudaybiyah was a well, and we drew from it until we had not left a single drop within. This reached the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, so he came to it and sat upon its brim. Then he called for a vessel of its water, performed his ablution, then rinsed his mouth and supplicated, and poured that water back into it. We left it for a short while, and then it poured forth enough water to satisfy us and all our riding beasts. It is recorded by Al-Bukhari. And Ikrimah ibn Ammar related from Iyas ibn Salama ibn al-Aqwa, from his father, who said, "We set forth with the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, to Al-Hudaybiyah, and we were 1,400 in number. The well there contained only enough for 50 sheep, and would not have quenched their thirst. So the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, sat at its edge, and he either supplicated or cast his spittle into it, and its waters surged forth. We drank, and we drew water for all our needs. It is recorded by Muslim. And Al-Bakai related that Ibn Ishaq said, Al-Zuhri narrated to me from Urwa, from Miswar, and Marwan ibn al-Hakam, that they both recounted to him, saying, "The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, set out in the year of Al-Hudaybiyah with the intention of visiting the house, not of engaging in battle. He brought with him the sacrificial offerings, 70 camels, and the people numbered 700 men, so each camel was for every 10 men. Ibn Ishaq said, and Jabir ibn Abd Allah, from what I have been told, used to say, we, the companions of Al-Hudaybiyah, were 1,400. I say, we have already mentioned from a group of the companions narrations similar to the words of Jabir. Then Ibn Ishaq related the lengthy narration of Al-Zuhri, which contains some unusual expressions among them. And Urwa ibn Masud began to speak with the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, while Al-Mughira stood at the head of the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, clad in iron. He said, so he began to strike Urwa's hand whenever he reached for the beard of the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, saying, keep your hand from the beard of the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, lest it not return to you. Urwa replied, woe to you, how harsh and coarse you are. He said, at this the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, smiled. Urwa then asked him, who is this, O Muḥammad? He replied, this is the son of your brother, Al-Mughira ibn Shuba. Urwa exclaimed, O treacherous one, was it not only yesterday that I cleansed you of your foul deed? Ibn Hisham said, Urwa intended by these words that Al-Mughira, before his acceptance of Islam, had killed 13 men from the clan of Banu Malik of Thaqif. This incited strife between the two clans of Thaqif, the clan of the slain, and the Ahlaf, the clan of Al-Mughira. So Urwa paid the bloodwit for the slain, 13 payments, and reconciled the matter. And Ibn Lahiya said, Abu al-Aswad narrated to us that Urwa said, and Quraysh departed from Makkah and reached Balda and its water source before the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace. And they made camp there. When the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, saw that they had preceded him, he made camp at Al-Hudaybiyah. This was in the midst of intense heat, and there was but a single well there. The people, being numerous, feared they would suffer from thirst. So some men descended into it to draw water, and the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, called for a bucket of water. He performed his ablution in the bucket and rinsed his mouth. Then he expelled the water into it and commanded that it be poured into the well. He then took an arrow from his quiver, cast it into the well, and supplicated to God the Exalted. And the well gushed forth with water until the people were scooping it with their hands, even as they sat upon its edge. And the prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, had taken a route other than the one where he heard Quraysh were positioned. Ibn Ishaq said, Abdullah ibn Abi Bakr narrated to me that a man from the tribe of Islam said, the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, came to us and led them through a rugged, winding path among the mountain passes. When they emerged from it, a journey which had been arduous for the Muslims, and came upon a level plain at the valley's end, the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, say, we seek the forgiveness of God, and we turn to him in repentance. So they said this, and he remarked, by God, this is indeed the very hitter remission that was offered to the children of Israel, but they would not say it. Abd al-Malik ibn Hisham said, so the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, commanded the people, saying, take the path to the right, between the slopes of Al-Muhmas, along a road that will bring you out at the pass of Al-Murar, the descent to Al-Hudaybiyah from the lower side of Makkah. When Quraysh saw the dust of the army, which had diverted from their path, they galloped back toward their people. And Shuba and others related from Husayn, from Salim ibn Abi al-Jad, who said, I said to Jabir, how many were you on the day of the tree? He said, we were 1,500. He then spoke of a thirst that had afflicted them. So a vessel of water was brought to the messenger of God. May God bless him and grant him peace. He placed his hand in it, and water began to gush forth from between his fingers as if from springs. We drank, and it was sufficient and ample for us, and had we been 100,000, it would have sufficed us. This has been recorded by Al-Bukhari through other chains of narration from Husayn. And Abu Awana related from Al-Aswad ibn Qais, from Nubay al-Anazi, who said, Jabir ibn Abdullah said, we went on an expedition, or journeyed with the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, and we were on that day 1,400. The time for prayer arrived, and the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, asked, is there any water for purification among the people? A man came hurrying with a small water skin containing a little water, and there was no other water among the people. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, poured it into a cup, then performed his ablution. He then turned away, leaving the cup. He said, the people then crowded around that cup, saying, wipe yourselves with it, wipe yourselves with it. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, gently, gently, when he heard them saying this. He said, then he placed his palm in the water and the cup, and said, glory be to God. Then he said, perform a complete ablution. And by him, who has tried me with my sight, I swear I saw springs of water, gushing forth from between the fingers of the messenger of God. May God bless him and grant him peace. And he did not lift his hand until they had all performed their ablution. Musaddad narrated this from him, And Ikrimah ibn Ammar al-Ijli said, Iyas ibn Salama narrated to us from his father, who said, We went out with the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, on an expedition, and we were afflicted with such hardship that we were on the verge of slaughtering some of our riding animals. So the Prophet of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, commanded us, and we gathered our provisions. We spread a leather mat for him, and the provisions of the people were gathered upon the mat. I stretched myself to estimate its quantity and reckoned it to be about the size of a resting goat, while we were 1,400 souls. He said, We all ate until we were completely satiated. Then we filled our provision bags. Then the Prophet of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, asked, Is there any water for ablution? A man came with a small water skin of his, containing a mere drop, and he emptied it into a cup. We all performed our ablution from it, pouring the water generously, all 1,400 of us. He said, Then after that 8 men came and asked, Is there any water for purification? The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, replied, The water for ablution is finished. It is recorded by Muslim. And Musa ibn Uqba related from Ibn Shihab, who said, Ibn Abbas said, When the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, was returning from Al-Hudaybiyah, some of his companions spoke to him, saying, We are exhausted, and there are riding animals among the people, so slaughter them. But Umar said, Do not do so, O messenger of God, for if the people have some remaining mounts, it is better for them. So the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, Spread out your leather mats and your cloaks. And they did so. Then he said, Let whoever has any remaining provisions and food bring it forth. And he supplicated for them, then said, Bring your vessels near. So they took what God willed. Nafi ibn Jubayr narrated this, and Yahya ibn Sulaym al-Taifi related from Abdullah ibn Uthman ibn Khuthaym, from Abu al-Tufail, from Ibn Abbas, that when the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, encamped at Mar al-Zahran during the truce with Quraysh, his companions said, O messenger of God, if we were to slaughter our mounts, we could eat of their flesh and fat and sup on their broth, and tomorrow we would rise refreshed to face them. He said, No, but bring me what remains of your provisions. So they spread out leather mats, and then poured upon them the remnants of their provisions. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, then supplicated for them for blessing. They ate until they were completely filled, and then they wrapped up the remainders of their provisions in their bags. Malik, from Ishaq ibn Abi Talha, from Anas, said, I saw the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, when the time for the afternoon prayer arrived. The people sought water for ablution, but could not find any. Then a small amount of water for ablution was brought, and the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, placed his hand in that vessel and commanded the people to perform their ablution from it. He said, I saw the water gushing forth from beneath his fingers. So the people performed their ablution until the very last of them had done so. This narration is agreed upon, and Aḥmad ibn Zayd said, Thabit narrated to us from Anas that the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, called for water and was brought a wide, shallow cup. The people began to perform their ablution. I estimated that between 70 and 80 men performed ablution from it, and I kept watching the water gush forth from between his fingers. This narration is agreed upon, and Abdullah ibn Bakr said, Humayd narrated to us from Anas, who said, The time for prayer arrived, so those whose homes were near went to their families to perform ablution, while a group remained. The Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, was brought a stone basin with water in it. The basin was too small for him to spread his hand in it, yet the entire group performed their ablution. We asked, "How many were they?" He replied, 80 and more. It is recorded by Al-Bukhari, and it has been narrated that they were in Kuba. And Ibn Abi Aruba related from Qatada, from Anas, that the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, was at Al-Zawra, and the people were performing ablution. He placed his hand in the water, and water began to gush from between his fingers until they all had performed their ablution. We asked Anas, "How many were you?" He said, "Around 300. It is recorded by Muslim and by Al-Bukhari also with a similar meaning. Az-Zawra is in Medina near the market and the mosque. And Abu Abd al-Rahman al-Muqri said, Abd al-Rahman ibn Ziyad narrated to us, saying, Ziyad ibn Nu'aym al-Hadrami narrated to me, saying, I heard Ziyad ibn al-Harith al-Sudai say, I pledged allegiance to the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace. And he mentioned a lengthy narration, which included, Then he, may God bless him and grant him peace, placed his hand in the water, and I saw between two of his fingers a spring gushing forth. The Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said to me, Were I not shy before my Lord, we would have drunk and drawn water. Abd al-Rahman's narration is considered weak, and these narrations indicate the blessing in the water on more than one occasion. And Israel related from Mansur, from Ibrahim, from Al-Qama, from Abd Allah, who said, We would eat with the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, and we would hear the glorification of God from the food. And a vessel was brought, and water began to gush from between his fingers, may God bless him and grant him peace. So he said, Come to the blessed purification, for the blessing is from heaven. And so we all performed our ablution. It is recorded by Al-Bukhari. And Abu Qudayna related from Atta ibn al-Sa'ib, from Abu al-Duha, from Ibn Abbas, who said, A vessel of water was brought to the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace. And he placed his fingers at the mouth of the vessel and spread them. I saw springs gushing forth from between his fingers. And he related the rest of the narration. Its chain of transmission is sound. And Ibn Lahiyah said, Abu al-Aswad narrated to us that Urwa said concerning the encampment of the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, at Al-Hudaybiyah. Quraysh were alarmed by his presence near them, so he desired to send a man to them. He called Umar to send him, but Umar said, I do not feel safe from them, and there is no one in Makkah from the clan of Banu Kab who would rise in my defence. So send Uthman, for his kinsfolk are there. So he called Uthman and sent him, saying, Inform them that we have not come for war, and call them to Islam. He also commanded him to go to the believing men and believing women in Makkah, to visit them and to give them the glad tidings of the coming victory. Uthman set forth and passed by Quraysh at Balda. Quraysh asked, Where are you going? He replied, The Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, has sent me to you to call you to Islam and to inform you that we have not come for war, but only as pilgrims. So Uthman called them as the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, had commanded him. They said, We have heard what you say, now proceed with your task. Then Aban ibn Sa'id ibn al-As rose to meet him, welcomed him, and saddled his horse. He mounted Uthman upon it and gave him protection, and Aban rode behind him until he reached Makkah. Then Quraysh sent Budayl ibn Warqa, and he recounted the narration and the treaty. And he mentioned that they granted each other security and visited one another. While they were in this state, and groups of Muslims were among the polytheists, a man shot another man from the opposing side. A skirmish broke out, and they shot arrows and threw stones at each other. Both sides cried out and took as hostages those who were among them. The Muslims took Suhail ibn Amr and others as hostages, and the polytheists took Uthman and others as hostages. And the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, called for the pledge of allegiance. And the herald of the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, proclaimed, Verily, the Holy Spirit has descended upon the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, and has commanded the pledge. So come forth in the name of God and give your pledge. The Muslims surged toward the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, who was beneath the tree, and they pledged to him that they would never flee. And he recounted the story in its entirety, which included the Muslims, while at Al-Hudaybiyah, and before the return of Uthman ibn Affan, said, Uthman has been freed from our midst, and has reached the house, and circumambulated it. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, I do not think he circumambulated the house while we are being held back. They said, And what would prevent him, O messenger of God, when he has been freed? He replied, Such is my thought of him, that he would not circumambulate the Kaaba until we circumambulate with him. When Uthman returned to them, the Muslims said, You have had your fill of circumambulating the house, O Abu Abdullah. Uthman replied, How ill is what you have thought of me. By him in whose hand is my soul, had I remained there for a whole year, while the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, was encamped at Al-Hudaybiyah, I would not have circumambulated it until the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, had circumambulated it. Indeed, Quraysh invited me to circumambulate the house, and I refused. And al-Baqai related from Ibn Ishaq. Abdullah ibn Abi Bakr narrated to me that when it reached the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, that Uthman had been killed, he said, We shall not depart until we have engaged the people in battle. He called the people to the pledge of allegiance, and that was the pledge of God's good pleasure beneath the tree. The people used to say that the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, took their pledge to the death, but Jabir would say, He did not take our pledge to the death, but rather he took our pledge that we would not flee. And Yunus related from Ibn Ishaq. A member of the family of Uthman narrated to me that the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, struck one of his hands upon the other and said, This is for me, and this is for Uthman, if he is alive. Then word reached them that this was false, and Uthman returned. Not a single person held back from the pledge to the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, except for Al-Jad ibn Qais, a brother of the Banu Salima. Jabir said, By God, it is as if I see him now, clinging to the side of the she-camel of the messenger of God. May God bless him and grant him peace, cowering against it to hide himself from the people. And Al-Hasan ibn Bishr al-Bajali said, Al-Hakam ibn Abd al-Malik and al-Nasai said he is not a strong narrator, narrated to us, from Qatada, from Anas, who said, When the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, commanded the pledge of God's good pleasure. Uthman was the envoy of the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, to Makkah. The people gave their pledge, and the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, "Verily, Uthman is on a mission for God and his messenger." He then struck one of his hands upon the other, and the hand of the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, for Uthman was better than their own hands were for themselves. And Ibn Uyayna said, Abu al-Zubayr narrated to us that he heard Jabir say, "When the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, called the people to the pledge, we found a man from among us named Al-Jad ibn Qays hiding under the side of a camel." It is recorded by Muslim from the narration of Ibn Jurayj from Abu al-Zubayr. And through him he said, "We did not pledge to the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, to the death, but we pledged to him that we would not flee." It is recorded by Muslim from Ibn Abi Shaybah, from Ibn Uyayna. And he recorded it from the narration of Al-Layth, from Abu al-Zubayr, who said, "We pledged to him while Umar, may God be pleased with him, was holding his hand beneath the tree, which was an acacia tree." And Khalid al-Hadda related from Al-Hakam ibn Abdullah al-Araj, from Maqil ibn Yasar, who said, "I saw myself on the day of the tree as the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, was taking the pledge from the people, and I was holding a branch from the tree above his head. We were 1,400, and we did not pledge to him to the death, but rather we pledged to him that we would not flee." It is recorded by Muslim. And Ibn Uyayna said, Ibn Abi Khalid narrated to us from Al-Shabi, who said, "When the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, called the people to the pledge, the first to reach him was Abu Sinan al-Asadi, who said, 'Extend your hand that I may give you my pledge.' The Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, asked, 'Upon what do you pledge to me?' He replied, 'Upon what is in your soul.' And Maki ibn Ibrahim and Abu Asim, the wording being his related from Yazid ibn Abi Ubaid, from Salama ibn al-Aqwa, who said, "I pledged allegiance to the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, on the day of Al-Hudaybiyah. Then I moved to the shade of a tree. When the crowd thinned, he said, 'O son of Al-Aqwa, will you not give your pledge?' I said, 'I have already pledged, O messenger of God.' He said, 'And again.' So I pledged to him a second time. I later said to Salama, 'O Abu Muslim, upon what were you pledging on that day?' He replied, 'To the death.' This narration is agreed upon. And Ikrimah ibn Ammar related from Iyas ibn Salama, from his father, and he mentioned the narration, saying, 'Then the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, called for the pledge at the base of the tree. I was the first of the people to pledge to him, and he continued to take the pledge, until, when he was in the midst of the people, he said, 'Pledge to me, O Salama.' I said, 'O messenger of God, I have already pledged to you.' He said, 'And again.' He said, and he saw that I was unarmed, and gave me a large or small shield. Then he continued to take the pledge until he was at the end of the people, when he said, 'Will you not pledge?' I said, 'O messenger of God, I pledge to you among the first of the people and in their midst.' He said, 'And again.' So I pledged for the third time. Then he asked, 'O Salama, where is your large or small shield that I gave you?' I said, 'I met my uncle Amir and gave it to him.' He laughed and then said, 'You are like the one who said in olden times, O God, grant me a beloved who is dearer to me than my own self.' Then the polytheists of Makkah sent messengers to us for peace, until some of us walked among some of them, and we made a truce. I was a servant to Talha ibn Ubaydullah, watering his horse, grooming it, and eating from his food. I had left my family and my wealth, migrating to God and his messenger. When we made the truce, and some of us mingled with some of them, I came to a tree, cleared away its thorns, and lay down in its shade. 4 men from the people of Makkah came to me and began to speak ill of the messenger of God. May God bless him and grant him peace. I came to despise them, so I moved to another tree. They hung up their weapons and lay down. While they were in this state, a caller cried out from the lower part of the valley, "O Muhajirun, Ibn Zunaym has been killed." I drew my sword and rushed upon those 4 while they were asleep. I seized their weapons and bound them in a bundle in my hand. Then I said, "By him who has honoured the face of Muḥammad, may God bless him and grant him peace. Not one of you shall raise his head, lest I strike that which holds his eyes." Then I came with them, driving them before me to the messenger of God. May God bless him and grant him peace. And my uncle Amir came with a man from the Abalat named Mikraz, leading him until we stood with them before the messenger of God. May God bless him and grant him peace, among 70 of the polytheists. He looked at them and said, "Let them be. Let theirs be the beginning of transgression and its continuation." And the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, pardoned them, and it was revealed. And he it is who has stayed their hands from you and your hands from them. 48:24, the rest of the verse. It is recorded by Muslim. And Aḥmad ibn Salama related from Thabit, from Anas, that some men from the people of Makkah descended upon the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, from the direction of Mount Tanim to fight him. He said, "The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, seized them and then set them free. Then God revealed, and he it is who has stayed their hands from you." 48:24. The rest of the verse. It is recorded by Muslim. And Al-Walid ibn Muslim said, Umar ibn Muḥammad al-Umari narrated to us, saying, Nafi informed me from Ibn Umar that the people were with the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, on the day of Al-Hudaybiyah, having dispersed into the shades of the trees. Suddenly the people were surrounding the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace. So he, meaning Umar, said, "O Abdullah, see what is the matter with the people." He found them giving their pledge of allegiance, so he gave his pledge and then returned to Umar, who then went out and gave his pledge. It is recorded by Al-Bukhari, who said, and Hisham ibn Ammar said, Al-Walid narrated to us. I say, and Duhaim narrated it from Al-Walid. I say, and it was named the pledge of God's good pleasure, Bayat al-Ridwan, from his words, the Exalted. Indeed, God was well pleased with the believers when they pledged their allegiance to you under the tree, and he knew what was in their hearts, so he sent down tranquility upon them and rewarded them with an imminent victory. 48:18. Abu Awana related from Tariq ibn Abd al-Rahman, from Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib, who said, My father was among those who pledged allegiance to the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, at the tree. He said, the following year we set out for the pilgrimage, and its location was hidden from us. If it has been made clear to you, then you are more knowledgeable. This narration is agreed upon. And Ibn Jurayj said, Abu al-Zubayr al-Makki informed me that he heard Jabir say, Mubash, Sekato, informed me that she heard the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, say in the presence of Hafsa, None of the companions of the tree who pledged their allegiance beneath it shall enter the fire if God wills. She said, But, O messenger of God. And he rebuked her. She said, And there is not one of you but will come to it. 1971. He replied, God, the Exalted, has also said, Then we shall save those who were conscious of God, and we shall leave the wrongdoers therein on their knees. 1972. It is recorded by Muslim. I read to Abdul Hafiz ibn Badran, Musa ibn Abdul Qadir and Al-Hussein ibn Abi Bakr informed you, saying, Abdul Awwal ibn Isa informed us, saying, Muḥammad ibn Abi Masud informed us, saying, Abdul Rahman ibn Abi Shuraih informed us, saying, Abu al-Qasim al-Baghawi narrated to us, saying, Al-Ala ibn Musa narrated to us by dictation in the year 227, saying, Al-Layth ibn Sa'd informed us from Abu al-Zubayr al-Makki, from Jabir ibn Abdullah, who said, The Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, No one who pledged allegiance under the tree shall enter the fire. It is recorded by Al-Nasa'i. And Qutaybah said, Al-Layth narrated to us from Abu al-Zubayr, from Jabir, that a servant of Hatib ibn Abi Balta came to the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, to complain about Hatib, saying, O Messenger of God, Hatib will surely enter the fire. The Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, replied, You have lied, he shall not enter it, for he was present at Badr and Al-Hudaybiyah. And Yunus ibn Bukayr related from Ibn Ishaq, who said, Al-Zuhri narrated to me, from Urwa, from Al-Miswar ibn Makhrama and Marwan, in the story of Al-Hudaybiyah, they said, Quraysh summoned Suhail ibn Amr, and said, Go to this man, and make peace with him, but on the condition that he returns from us this year, so that the Arabs do not say that he entered upon us by force. So Suhail went forth from them, and when the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, saw him approaching, he said, The people desire peace, now that they have sent this man. Peace was then concluded on the condition that war be laid aside between them for 10 years, that he would be allowed to enter Makkah the following year and stay there for 3 days, that he would not enter it except with the travellers' arms, that is, swords in their scabbards, that whoever came to us from your companions without the permission of his guardian, we would not return him to you, and whoever came to you from us without the permission of his guardian, you would return him to us, that between us there would be a covenant of integrity, and that there would be neither treachery nor subterfuge. And he mentioned the rest of the narration. Al-Islal means stealth, and it is said to mean a raid, and it is said to mean the unsheathing of swords. Al-Iglal means a raid. And Shuba related from Abu Ishaq, from Al-Bara, who said, When the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, made a treaty with the polytheists of Makkah, a document was written between them. This is what Muḥammad, the messenger of God, has agreed upon. They said, Had we known you were the messenger of God, we would not have fought you. He said to Ali, Erase it. But he refused, so the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, erased it with his own hand, and wrote, This is what Muḥammad ibn Abd Allah has agreed upon. And they stipulated that they would stay for 3 days and not enter Makkah with weapons, except the travellers' arms, meaning the sword in its scabbard. This narration is agreed upon. And Aḥmad ibn Salama related from Thabit, from Anas, a similar or nearly identical account. It is recorded by Muslim. And Yunus ibn Bukayr related from Ibn Ishaq, who said, Buraidah ibn Sufyan narrated to me from Muḥammad ibn Ka'b that the scribe for the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, for the treaty was Ali, may God be pleased with him. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, "Write, this is what Muḥammad ibn Abdullah has agreed upon with Suhail ibn Amr." But Ali hesitated and refused to write anything other than Muḥammad, the messenger of God. So the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, "Write it, for you shall have a similar situation, which you will grant while you yourself are under duress." So he wrote, "This is what Muḥammad ibn Abdullah has agreed upon." And Abd al-Aziz ibn Siyah said, Habib ibn Abi Thabit narrated to us from Abu Wail, who said, Sahl ibn Hunayf stood up on the day of Siffin and said, "O people, hold your own selves to account. We were with the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, on the day of Al-Hudaybiyah, and had we seen a path to fighting, we would have fought." Then Umar came and said, "Are we not upon the truth, and they upon falsehood?" He said, "Indeed." He asked, "Are not our slain in paradise, and their slain in the fire?" He said, "Indeed." He asked, "Then why do we accept humiliation in our own selves, and turn back before God has judged between us and them?" He replied, "O son of Al-Khattab, I am the messenger of God, and God will never let me be lost." So he departed in a state of anger to Abu Bakr and said to him what the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, had said. And the Qur'an was revealed. So the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, sent for Umar and recited it to him. He asked, "O messenger of God, is it then a victory?" He said, "Yes." And so his soul was calmed, and he returned. This narration is agreed upon. And Yunus related from Ibn Ishaq, from Al-Zuri, from Urwa, from Al-Miswar and Marwan, who said, "The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, came out from the presence of Salama, and spoke to no one until he came to his sacrificial animals, slaughtered them, and shaved his head. When the people saw this, they arose and slaughtered their animals, and some shaved, while others trimmed their hair. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, O God, forgive those who shave. It was said, O messenger of God, and those who trim? He said, forgive those who shave, 3 times. It was said, O messenger of God, and for those who trim? He said, and for those who trim. And Yunus related from Ibn Ishaq, who said, Abdullah ibn Abi Najih narrated to me, from Mujahid, from Ibn Abbas, who was asked, Why did the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, favour those who shaved 3 times and those who trimmed only once? He replied, because they did not doubt. And Yunus, that is, Ibn Bukayr related from Hisham al-Dastawai, from Yahya ibn Abi Kathir, from Abu Ibrahim, from Abu Sa'id, who said, The companions of the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, all shaved their heads on the day of Al-Hudaybiyah, except for 2 men who trimmed their hair and did not shave. Abu Ibrahim is an unknown narrator, and Ibn Uyayna related from Ibrahim ibn Maysara, from Wahb ibn Abdullah ibn Qarib, who said, I was with my father and saw the messenger of God. May God bless him and grant him peace, saying, May God have mercy on those who shave. A man said, And those who trim, O messenger of God. When it was the 3rd time, he said, And those who trim. And Yahya ibn Abi Bukayr said, Zuhair ibn Muḥammad narrated to us, saying, Muḥammad ibn Abd al-Rahman narrated to us, from Al-Hakam, from Miqsam, from Ibn Abbas, who said, On the day of Al-Hudaybiyah, 70 sacrificial camels were slaughtered, among them the camel of Abu Jahl. When they were prevented from reaching the house, It cried out just as a mother camel cries for her young. And it is narrated from Ibn Abbas that the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, offered as a sacrifice during the Umrah of Al-Hudaybiyah a camel that had belonged to Abu Jahl, with a gold ring in its nose, which he offered to provoke the anger of Quraysh. And Fulayh ibn Sulaiman related from Nafi, from Ibn Omar, that the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, went out for the lesser pilgrimage, Umrah, but the disbelievers of Quraysh prevented him from reaching the house. So he slaughtered his sacrificial animal and shaved his head at Al-Hudaybiyah, and he made a treaty with them that he would perform the Umrah the following year, and would not carry weapons against them except for swords, and would not stay there except as long as they wished. So he performed the Umrah the following year and entered Makkah as he had agreed with them. When he had stayed for 3 days, they commanded him to leave, and so he departed. It is recorded by Al-Bukhari. And Malik related from Abu al-Zubayr, from Jabir. At Al-Hudaybiyah, we slaughtered the camel for 7 people, and the cow for 7. It is recorded by Muslim. The revelation of the chapter of victory, Malik related from Zayd ibn Aslam, from his father, that the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, was journeying on one of his travels, and Umar was with him by night. Umar asked him about something, but he did not answer him. Then he asked him again, and he did not answer him. Then he asked him a 3rd time, and he did not answer him. Umar said to himself, "May your mother be bereaved of you. You have been so insistent with the Messenger of God. May God bless him and grant him peace." He said, "So I urged my camel on until I was ahead of the people, fearing that a revelation of the Qur'an might descend concerning me. I had not gone far when I heard a caller cry out. He said, I said to myself, I feared that a revelation of the Qur'an had descended concerning me. I came to the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, and greeted him. He said, a chapter has been revealed to me tonight, which is dearer to me than all that the sun rises upon. Then he recited, Verily, we have granted you a manifest victory, that God may forgive you your sins of the past and those to come. 48:1-2. It is recorded by Al-Bukhari. And Yunus ibn Bukair related from Abd al-Rahman al-Masudi, from Jami ibn Shaddad, from Abd al-Rahman ibn Abi al-Qama, from Ibn Masud, who said, As the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, was returning from Al-Hudaybiyah, his she-camel began to slow, so we went ahead. Then it was revealed to him, Verily, we have granted you a manifest victory. 48:1. And Shuba related from Qatada, from Anas, regarding, Verily, we have granted you a manifest victory. 48:1, he said, it was the victory of Al-Hudaybiyah. A man said, A joyous and blessed tiding, O Messenger of God, this is for you, but what is for us? So it was revealed, that he may admit the believing men and the believing women into gardens. 48.5. Shuba said, I then went to Kufa and narrated to them from Qatada, from Anas. Then I went to Basra and mentioned this to Qatada, and he said, As for the first part, it is from Anas, but as for the second part, that he may admit the believing men and the believing women, it is from Ikrimah. It is recorded by Al-Bukhari. And Hammam said, Qatada narrated to us from Anas, who said, when it was revealed, Verily, we have granted you a manifest victory, to the end of the verse, upon the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace. On his return from Al-Hudaybiyah, and his companions were filled with sorrow and grief. He said, A verse has been revealed to me that is dearer to me than the entire world. When he recited it, a man said, God has made clear what he will do for you, but what will he do for us? So the following verse was revealed, that he may admit the believing men and the believing women into gardens beneath which rivers flow. 48:5. It is recorded by Muslim. And Yunus related from Ibn Ishaq, from Al-Zuhri, from Urwa, from Al-Miswar and Marwan, who said in the story of Al-Hudaybiyah, "Then the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, turned back to return. When he was between Makkah and Medina, the chapter of victory was revealed to him. And the story was in the chapter of victory and what God mentioned of the pledge of God's good pleasure beneath the tree. When the people were granted security and they began to engage with one another, no one was spoken to about Islam, but that he entered it. Indeed, more people entered Islam in those 2 years than had been in it before that time. And the Treaty of Al-Hudaybiyah was a magnificent victory. And Ibn Lahiyah said, Abu al-Aswad narrated to us from Urwa, they said, and the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, returned from Al-Hudaybiyah. Some of the companions of the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, By God, this is no victory. We were barred from the house, and our sacrificial animals were held back, and the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, remained at Al-Hudaybiyah, and the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, sent back 2 of the Muslims who had come out. The words of some of his companions that this is not a victory reached the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace. He said, How wretched is this speech! This is the greatest of victories. The polytheists were content to turn you away from their land with a mere gesture, and they beseech you for a treaty and seek from you security, after they have seen from you what they detest. And God has granted you victory over them, and returned you safe with spoils and rewarded. This is the greatest of victories. Have you forgotten the day of Uhud, when you were fleeing up the mountain and would not look back at anyone while I was calling to you from your rear? Have you forgotten the day of the Confederates, when they came upon you from above you and from below you? The Muslims replied, God and his messenger have spoken the truth. This is the greatest of victories by God, O Prophet of God. And Ibn Abi Aruba related from Qatada, who said, the Romans were victorious over the Persians at the time of the Muslims' return from Al-Hudaybiyah. And a similar account was related by Aqil from Ibn Shihab, from Ubaydullah ibn Abdullah ibn Utbah ibn Masud. And there was a momentous battle between the Romans and the Persians, in which God, the Exalted, granted victory to the Romans. The Muslims rejoiced at this because the people of the book in general had been given victory over the Magians. And Mughira related from Al-Shabi regarding his words, Verily, we have granted you a manifest victory. 48:1, he said, it was the victory of Al-Hudaybiyah. They pledged the pledge of God's good pleasure. They were given the date palms of Qaymaz as sustenance, and the Romans were victorious over the Persians. The believers rejoiced in the fulfillment of God's book and the victory of the people of the book over the Magians. And Shuba related from Al-Hakam, from Abd al-Rahman ibn Abi Layla, and rewarded them with an imminent victory. 48:18, he said, Khaybar, and other spoils you were not able to acquire. 48:21, he said, Persia and Rome. And Warqa related from Ibn Abi Naji, from Mujahid, who said, The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, was shown a vision while he was at Al-Hudaybiyah, that he and his companions would enter Makkah in safety, with their heads shaved and their hair trimmed. They said to him when he slaughtered the sacrifice at Al-Hudaybiyah, Where is your vision, O messenger of God? So God revealed, Truly God has fulfilled the vision for his messenger in truth to his words. and he has granted, besides that, an imminent victory. 48:27, meaning the sacrifice at Al-Hudaybiyah. Then they returned and conquered Khaybar, and the fulfillment of his vision came in the following year. And Hushaym said, Abu Bishr informed us from Sa'id ibn Jubair and Ikrimah regarding, "You shall be called to a people of great might." 48:16, they both said the Hawazin on the day of Hunayn. Said ibn Mansur narrated it in his Sunan. And Bundar said, Gundar narrated to us, saying, Shuba narrated to us from Hushaym, and he mentioned it, adding Hawazin and Banu Hanifa. And Abdullah ibn Salih related from Muawiyah ibn Salih, from Ali ibn Abi Talha, from Ibn Abbas, regarding his words, a people of great might. 48:16, he said, the Persians. And he said, Al-Sakina, tranquility, is mercy. And Abu Hudayfa al-Nahdi said, Sufyan narrated to us from Salama ibn Kuhail, from Abu al-Ahwas, from Ali, regarding, he it is who sent down tranquility into the hearts of the believers. 48:4, he said, the Sakina has a face like the face of a human, and then it is like a gentle rustling wind. And Warqa related from Ibn Abi Najih, from Mujahid, who said, the Sakina is like the form of a wind, with a head like the head of a cat and two wings. And Al-Masudi related from Qatada, from Sa'id ibn Jubair, from Ibn Abbas. A calamity strikes them for what they have done. 13:31, he said, the raiding party. Or you encamp close to their homes. 13:31, he said, he is Muḥammad, may God bless him and grant him peace, until the promise of God comes to pass. 13:31, he said, the conquest of Makkah, and from Mujahid, or you encamp close to their homes. 13:31, he said, Al-Hudaybiyah, and its like. Sharik narrated it from Mansur, from him. And Al-Layth related from Aqil, from Ibn Shihab, who said, Urwa informed me that he heard Marwan ibn al-Hakam and Al-Miswar narrate from the companions of the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, that when the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, wrote to Suhail ibn Amr, and he mentioned the narration, which includes, and Kulthum bint Uqba ibn Abi Muayt was among those who came out to the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, on that day, and she was a young woman. Her family came asking the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, to return her to them, but he did not return her to them because of what God had revealed concerning them. When the believing women come to you as emigrants, examine them. God is most knowing of their faith, and if you know them to be believers, then do not return them to the disbelievers. 60:10. Urwa said, Aisha informed me that the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, would test them with this verse. When the believing women come to you to pledge their allegiance to you, 60:12, the rest of the verse. She said, whoever among them affirmed this condition, he would say to her, I have accepted your pledge, by way of speech. By God, his hand never touched the hand of a woman in the pledge of allegiance. He only took their pledge through his word. It is recorded by Al-Bukhari. And Musa ibn Uqba related from Ibn Shihab, who said, and when the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, returned to Medina, Abu Basir ibn Asid ibn Jariyah al-Thaqafi escaped from the polytheists of Thaqif. And he mentioned his story, similar to what we have already presented, with an addition. Abu Basir went out with 5 men who had come from Mecca, for whom Quraysh had not sent in pursuit as they had for Abu Basir. They established themselves between Al-Is and Dhu al-Marwa in the land of Juhayna, on the route of the caravans of Quraysh near the coast. No caravan of Quraysh passed by them, but that they seized it and killed its people. Abu Jandal also escaped with 70 riders who had accepted Islam and migrated, and they joined Abu Basir. They cut off Quraysh supply route from Syria. Abu Basir used to lead his companions in prayer, and when Abu Jandal joined him, he would lead them. And people from the tribes of Ghifar, Aslam, Juhayna, and other groups gathered around Abu Jandal when they heard of his arrival, until they reached 300 fighters, all of them Muslims. So Quraysh sent to the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, asking him to send for Abu Basir and those with him to come to him. They said, whoever from us comes to you, you may keep him. And Abu Alas ibn al-Rabi passed by Abu Basir on his way from Syria, and they seized him. He then secretly came to his wife, Zainab. His story has been previously mentioned. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, sent his letter to Abu Basir, instructing them not to intercept anyone. The letter reached Abu Jandal and Abu Basir was dying. He died with the letter of the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, in his hand, as he was reading it. Abu Jandal buried him in that place and built a mosque at his grave. And Yahya ibn Abi Kathir said, Abu Salama narrated to me that Abu Huraira narrated to him that when the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, prayed the final evening prayer, he would stand up in the last rak'ah after saying, God hears him who praises him, and would say, O God, save Al-Walid ibn al-Walid. O God, save Salama ibn Hisham. O God, save Ayyash ibn Abi Rabia. O God, save the oppressed from among the believers. O God, make your grip severe upon the tribe of Mudar. O God, make it years of hardship for them like the years of Joseph. He continued to supplicate until God, the Exalted, delivered them, and after that he ceased to supplicate for them. In the 6th year, Sa'd ibn Khawla, may God be pleased with him, died in captivity in Makkah. The Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, lamented for him because he died in Makkah. And in this year, Hisham ibn Subaba, the brother of Mikyas, was killed. A Muslim man killed him, thinking him to be a disbeliever. The Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, gave Mikyas his bloodwit. Then Mikyas killed the murderer of his brother, renounced Islam, and fled to Makkah. And in Dhul Hijjah, Ruman bint Amir ibn Uwaymir al-Kinaniya, the mother of Aisha, may God be pleased with them both, passed away. Al-Bukhari recorded from the narration of Masruq from her a hadith, which is considered disconnected because he did not live to see her, or perhaps he did, in which case this date of her death is incorrect. And God knows best. The 7th year of the Hijrah, the expedition of Qaymaz. Abidu Allah ibn Idris related from Ibn Ishaq, who said, Abd Allah ibn Abi Bakr narrated to me, saying, the opening of Khaybar took place at the end of Muharram, and the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, returned at the end of Safar. I say, and thus Ibn Ishaq narrated it from someone other than Abdullah ibn Abi Bakr. And Al-Waqidi mentioned, on the authority of his teachers, regarding the departure of the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, to Khaybar. It was at the beginning of the 7th year. Al-Zuri diverged from this, saying in what Musa ibn Uqba narrated from him in his Maghazi. Then the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, fought on the day of Khaybar in the 6th year. This is not correct unless we consider it to be in the 6th year from the moment of his arrival in Medina. And God knows best. And Khaybar is a small town, 8 mail stages from Medina. Wahib said, Quthaym ibn Iraq narrated to us from his father, from a group of men from the Banu Gifar, who said, Abu Huraira arrived in Medina after the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, had already departed for Khaybar, and he had appointed Siba ibn Urfta al-Ghifari as his deputy over Medina. Abu Huraira said, "We found him in the morning prayer, and in the first rak'ah he recited Kaf ha ya ain sad, and in the second he recited Woe to the Defrauders, 83.1. Abu Huraira said, "So I said in my prayer, Woe to the father of so-and-so who has two measures. When he measures for himself, he takes in full, and when he measures for others, he gives less." He said, "When we finished our prayer, we came to Siba ibn Urfta, and he gave us some provisions until we reached the messenger of God. May God bless him and grant him peace, after he had already conquered Khaybar. He spoke to the Muslims, and they included us in their shares of the spoils." And Malik related from Yahya ibn Sa'id, from Bashir ibn Yasar, that Suwaid ibn al-Numan informed me that he went out with the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, in the year of Khaybar, until they were at Al-Sahba, which is near Khaybar. He prayed the afternoon prayer, then called for provisions, but nothing was brought except for parched grain. He ordered it to be mixed with water, and the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, ate, and we ate. Then he stood for the sunset prayer, rinsed his mouth, and we rinsed our mouths. Then he prayed without performing a new ablution. It is recorded by Al-Bukhari. And Hatim ibn Ismail related from Yazid ibn Abi Ubaid, from Salama, who said, "We went out with the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, to Khaybar, and we travelled by night. A man from the group said to Amir ibn al-Aqwa, 'Will you not let us hear some of your verses?' Amir was a poet, so he dismounted and began to chant for the people, saying, 'O God, but for thee we would not be rightly guided, nor would we give in charity, nor would we have prayed. So forgive us, may we be a ransom for thee for what we have pursued, and make firm our feet should we encounter foes, and send down upon us a profound tranquillity. For when a cry is raised against us, we come forth, and with that cry they have called upon us for aid.' The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, asked, 'Who is this chanter?' They said, 'Amir.' He said, 'May God have mercy on him.' A man from the group said, 'It has become binding, O messenger of God, if only you had let us enjoy his company for longer.' We came to Khaybar and besieged them until a severe hunger afflicted us. When evening fell on the day they were conquered, the people lit many fires. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, asked, 'What are these fires, and for what are they being lit?' They said, 'For the flesh of domestic donkeys.' He said, 'Pour it out and break the pots.' A man said, 'Or should they pour it out and wash them?' He said, 'Or that.' He said, 'When the people formed their ranks for battle, Amir's sword was short. He reached with it for the leg of a Jew to strike him, but the tip of his sword turned back and struck Amir's own kneecap, and he died from it. When they returned, Salama said, and he was holding my hand. When the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, saw me silent, he said, 'What is the matter with you?' I said, 'May my father and mother be your ransom. They claim that Amir's deeds have come to naught.' He asked, 'Who said that?' I said, 'So-and-so, so-and-so, and Usaid ibn Hudayr.' He said, 'He who said it has lied. He has a double reward.' And he joined his two fingers, for he was a striving warrior. Few Arabs have walked this path as he has. This narration is agreed upon. And Malik related from Humayd from Anas that when the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, went out to Khaybar, he reached it by night. And it was his custom that if he reached a people by night, he would not attack until morning. When morning came, the Jews came out with their spades and baskets. When they saw him, they said, "Muḥammad, by God, Muḥammad and the army." The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, "God is greatest. Qaymaz is ruined. Verily, when we descend upon the courtyard of a people, how evil is the mourning of those who were warned." It is recorded by Al-Bukhari, and they both recorded it from the narration of Ibn Suhaib from Anas. And more than one has related Shubah and Ibn Fudail from Muslim al-Mulai from Anas, who said, "The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, would visit the sick, follow the funeral procession, accept the invitation of a slave, and ride a donkey. And I saw him on the day of Qaymaz upon a donkey whose bridle was of palm fibre." And Yaqub ibn Abd al-Rahman related from Abu Hazim, who said, "Sahl ibn Sa'd informed me that the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said on the day of Qaymaz, 'Tomorrow I shall surely give the standard to a man at whose hands God will grant victory, a man who loves God and his messenger, and whom God and his messenger love.'" He said, "The people spent the night in anxious discussion, wondering which of them would be given it. When morning came, the people went to the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, each of them hoping to be given it. He asked, "Where is Ali ibn Abi Talib?" It was said, "O messenger of God, he is suffering from an ailment in his eyes." He said, "Then send for him." He was brought, and the messenger of God spat into his eyes and supplicated for him, and he was cured as if he had never had any ailment. He gave him the standard, and Ali said, "O messenger of God, shall I fight them until they become like us?" He replied, "Proceed with calm deliberation until you reach their courtyard. Then call them to Islam and inform them of their duties to God therein. For by God, that God should guide one man through you is better for you than to have the most prized of red camels." They both recorded it from Qutaybah, from Yaqub, and Suhail ibn Abi Salih related from his father, from Abu Hurairah, that the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, "Tomorrow I shall surely give the standard to a man who loves God and his messenger, and at whose hands God will grant victory." Umar said, "I never loved leadership as I did on that day." He called for Ali and sent him, then said, "Go and fight until God grants you victory, and do not turn back." Ali asked, "Upon what grounds shall I fight the people?" He replied, "Fight them until they bear witness that there is no God but God, and that Muḥammad is his servant and his messenger. If they do that, then they have protected their blood and their wealth from you, except by its right, and their final account is with God." It is recorded by Muslim, and they both recorded a similar narration from Salama ibn al-Aqwa. And Ikrimah ibn Ammar said, "Iyas ibn Salama ibn al-Aqwa narrated to me, saying, my father narrated to me that his uncle Amir chanted for them. And the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, said to him, May your Lord forgive you. He said, and no one was singled out with this supplication, but that he was martyred. Umar said, If only you had let us enjoy Amir's company for longer. We came to Qaymaz, and Marhab came out, brandishing his sword and saying, Qaymaz knows well that I am Marhab, well armed, a hero tried and true. When war comes forth, blazing, he advanced, and Amir met him, saying, Qaymaz knows well that I am Amir, well armed, a daring hero. He said, They exchanged 2 blows, and Marhab's sword struck Amir's shield. Amir tried to strike him from below, but his sword turned back upon himself and severed his own artery, and it was the cause of his death. He said, Salama said, I went out and found a group of the companions of the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, saying, Amir's deeds have come to naught. He killed himself. So I came to the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, weeping. He asked, What is the matter with you? I said, They said that Amir's deeds have come to naught. He asked, Who said that? I said, A group of your companions. He said, Those who said it have lied. Rather, he has a double reward. He said, Then he sent for Ali, calling him while he was suffering from ophthalmia, and said, Today I shall surely give the standard to a man who loves God and his messenger, and whom God and his messenger love. He said, I brought him, leading him. He said, The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, spat into his eyes, and he was cured. He gave him the standard. He said, Mahab came forth, saying, Qaybar knows well that I am Mahab, well armed, a hero tried and true, when wars come forth blazing. He said, Ali, may God be pleased with him, came forth to meet him, saying, I am the one whose mother named him Haidara, the lion, like a lion of the forests, fearsome to behold. I measure them with the Sa, the measure of the Sandara. He struck Marhab and split his head, killing him, and the victory was achieved. It is recorded by Muslim. And al-Bakai said, Ibn Ishaq said, so Muḥammad ibn Ibrahim at-Taymi narrated to me, from Abu al-Haytham ibn Nasr al-Aslami, that his father narrated to him that he heard the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, say on his way to Khaybar to Amir ibn al-Aqwa, share with us some of your verses. So he dismounted and began to chant, By God, but for God, we would not be rightly guided, nor would we give in charity, nor would we have prayed. If a people transgress against us, and if they desire discord, we refuse. So send down upon us a profound tranquillity, and make firm our feet should we encounter foes. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, May God have mercy on you. Umar said, It has become binding by God, O messenger of God. If only you had let us enjoy his company for longer. He was killed as a martyr on the day of Qaybar. And Yunus ibn Bukair related from Ibn Ishaq. Buraidah ibn Sufyan ibn Farwa al-Aslami narrated to me from his father, from Salama ibn al-Aqwa, who said, So Ali, may God be pleased with him, went forth with the standard, running, and we followed him until he planted it in a pile of rocks beneath the fortress. A Jew looked down upon him from the top of the fortress and said, Who are you? He replied, I am Ali ibn Abi Talib. The Jew said, You have conquered, and in al-Bakai's narration, you have overcome by what was revealed to Moses. And he did not turn back until God had granted him victory. And Yunus ibn Bukair related from al-Musayyib ibn Muslim al-Azdi, who said, Abdullah ibn Buraidah narrated to us from his father, who said, The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, would sometimes be afflicted with a migraine, and he would remain for a day or two without coming out. When he encamped at Qaybar, he was afflicted with a migraine and did not come out to the people. Abu Bakr took the standard of the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, then advanced and fought a fierce battle, then returned. Then Umar took it and fought a fierce battle, even more intense than the first battle, then returned. This was reported to the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, who then said, Tomorrow I shall surely give it to a man who loves God and his messenger, and whom God and his messenger love, who will take it by force. Ali was not there at the time. The men of Quraysh stretched their necks in anticipation, each man hoping that he would be the one. Morning came, and Ali arrived on a camel and dismounted nearby. He was suffering from ophthalmia and had bound his eye with a piece of a Qatari cloak. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, asked, "What is the matter with you?" He said, "I developed ophthalmia after you left." He said, "Come near to me." He spat into his eye, and he felt no pain from it until he passed on his way. Then he gave him the standard, and he advanced with it, wearing a red jubba of urjuan with its nap showing. He came to the city of Khaybar, and Marhab, the master of the fortress, came out, wearing a burnished Yemeni helmet, and a stone he had pierced like an egg upon his head, and he was chanting verses. Ali chanted in response, and they exchanged 2 blows. Ali struck him first, a blow that split the stone, the helmet, and his head, and landed in his molar teeth, and he took the city. And Al-Arabi related from Maymun Abu Abd Allah al-Azdi, from Ibn Buraidah, from his father, who said Marhab and Ali exchanged 2 blows, and Ali struck him on the crown of his head until the sword bit into his molar teeth. The people of the army heard the sound of his blow. The last of the people had not yet reached Ali when God granted victory to him and to them. And Yunus related from Ibn Ishaq, who said, Abdallah ibn al-Hasan narrated to me, from a member of his family, from Abu Rafi, the freedman of the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, who said, we went out with Ali when the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, sent him with his standard. When he drew near the fortress, its people came out to him, and he fought them. A man from the Jews struck him and knocked his shield from his hand. Ali seized the gate of the fortress and used it as a shield for himself. It remained in his hand while he fought, until God granted him victory. Then he threw it from his hand. I later saw myself with a group of 7 men, I being the 8th, and we struggled to turn the gate over, but we were unable to turn it. Al-Baqai narrated it from Ibn Ishaq, from Abu Rafi, as a disconnected narration, which includes, so Ali seized a gate that was at the fortress, and the rest is similar in meaning. And Ismail ibn Musa al-Suddi said, Muttalib ibn Ziyad narrated to us from Layth ibn Abi Sulaym, from Abu Jafar, Muḥammad ibn Ali, who said, I entered upon him, and he said, Jabir ibn Abdullah narrated to me that Ali carried the gate on the day of Khaybar, until the Muslims climbed upon it and conquered it. It was later tested, and 40 men could not lift it. Fudail ibn Abd al-Wahhab followed him in this narration from Muttalib, and Yunus ibn Bukair related from Muḥammad ibn Abd al-Rahman ibn Abi Layla, from Al-Hakam, and Al-Minhal ibn Amr, from Abd al-Rahman ibn Abi Layla, who said, Ali used to wear a thick padded cloak in both the heat and the winter, and he did not mind the heat. My companions came to me and said, we have seen something from the commander of the faithful. Have you seen it? I said, and what is it? They said, we have seen him come out to us in the intense heat in a padded cloak, and he does not mind the heat. And he comes out to us in the intense cold in 2 light garments, and he does not mind the cold. Have you heard anything about this? I said, no. They said, ask your father for us, for he converses with him at night. So I asked him, and he said, I have not heard anything about that. He went in to him and conversed with him at night and asked him. Ali said, were you not present with us at Khaybar? He said, indeed. He said, did you not see the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, when he called Abu Bakr, conferred the standard upon him, and sent him to the people? He went forth and met the people, then came back with the men, having been defeated. He said, indeed. He said, then he sent for Umar, conferred the standard upon him, and sent him to the people. He went forth, met the people, and fought them, then returned, having been defeated. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, then said, I shall surely give the standard to a man whom God and his messenger love, and who loves God and his messenger, and God will grant victory at his hands, one who is not a fleer. He called me and gave me the standard, then said, O God, protect him from the heat and the cold. After that I never felt heat or cold. And Abu Awana related from Mughira al-Dabi, from Musa, who said, I heard Ali say, I have not suffered from ophthalmia nor a headache since the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, handed me the standard on the day of Khaybar. Abu Dawud al-Tayalisi narrated it in his Musnad. A chapter regarding those who mentioned that Marhab was killed by Muḥammad ibn Maslama. Musa ibn Uqba related from Ibn Shihab that the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, stood on the day of Khaybar and exhorted them. It includes, the Jews came out with their champion, and the champion of the Jews was killed, and they were routed, and Muḥammad ibn Maslama al-Ash'ari killed Marhab the Jew. And Ibn Lahiya related it, saying, Abu al-Aswad narrated to us from Urwa a similar account. And Yunus related from Ibn Ishaq, who said, Abdullah ibn Sahl al-Harithi narrated to me from Jabir ibn Abdullah, who said, Marhab the Jew came out from the fortress of Khaybar, having gathered his weapons, and he was chanting verses, saying, Who will duel with me? The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, Who will face this man? Muḥammad ibn Maslama said, I will face him. I, by God, am the one who seeks vengeance, for my brother was killed yesterday. He said, Go to him. O God, aid him against him. When they drew near, a young tree came between them, and each of them began to use it for cover from his opponent. Whenever one of them took cover behind it, the other would cut away what was in front of him with his sword, until they both emerged, and the tree stood between them like an upright man with no branches. Then he charged at Muhammad and struck him, but he deflected it with his shield. The sword bit into the shield and was held fast, and Muhammad struck him until he killed him. It is said that he chanted, Khaybar knows well that I am resolute, sweet when I wish, and a deadly poison. And Marhab's chant was, Khaybar knows well that I am Marhab, well armed, a hero tried and true. When the lions come forth blazing, and they shrink from the assault of the overwhelming. I strike with the spear at times, and at others I strike with the sword. Verily, my sanctuary is not to be approached. And Al-Waqidi said, Muḥammad ibn al-Fadl ibn Ubaid, Allah ibn Rafi ibn Khadij, narrated to me from his father, from Jabir, who said, and Zakaria ibn Zayd narrated to me from Abdullah ibn Abi Sufyan, from his father, from Salama ibn Salama. He said, and from Mujammi ibn Yaqub, from his father, from Mujammi ibn Jariyah, they all said, Indeed, Muḥammad ibn Maslama killed Marhab. And Al-Waqidi mentioned from Ibrahim ibn Jafar ibn Mahmud ibn Muḥammad ibn Maslama from his father that Ali charged at Marhab and threw him down at the gate, and Ali opened the other gate, for the fortress had 2 gates. Al-Waqidi said, and it is said that Muḥammad ibn Maslama struck the legs of Marhab and severed them. He said, Finish me, O Muḥammad. He replied, Taste death as my brother Mahmud tasted it, and he passed him by. Ali passed by him, struck his neck, and took his spoils. They disputed over his spoils before the messenger of God. May God bless him and grant him peace, and he gave them to Muḥammad. And in the possession of the family of Muḥammad ibn Maslama there was a document whose content was unknown, until a Jew from the Jews of Taima read it, and it said, This is the sword of Marhab. Whoever tastes it shall perish. Al-Waqidi said, Muḥammad ibn al-Fadl ibn Ubayd, Allah narrated to me from Rafi, from his father, from Jabir ibn Abdullah, who said, Amir came forth, and he was tall and powerfully built. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said when he came forth, Do you see him? He is 5 cubits tall. And he was calling for a duel. Ali came forth to meet him and struck him several blows, none of which had any effect, until he struck his legs and he fell to his knees. Then he finished him off and took his weapon. Ibn Ishaq said, Then, after Marhab, his brother Yasir came out, and Al-Zubayr came forth to meet him and killed him. And Ibn Lahiya related from Abu al-Aswad, from Urwa. And Musa ibn Uqba narrated it, the wording being his saying. Then they entered a formidable fortress of theirs, called Al-Qamus. The Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, besieged them for nearly 20 nights. It was a land with an unhealthy climate and intense heat. The Muslims suffered great hardship. They found some donkeys belonging to the Jews, and he mentioned their story, and the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, forbade eating them. Then he said, And an Abyssinian slave from the people of Khaybar came, who was with the sheep of his master. When he saw the people of Khaybar had taken up arms, he asked them, What do you intend to do? They said, We are going to fight this man who claims to be a prophet. The idea entered his heart, and he came with his sheep and went straight to the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, and accepted Islam. He said, What is for me? He said, Paradise. He said, O messenger of God, these sheep are a trust with me. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said to him, Take them out of our camp and cast pebbles at them, for God will fulfill your trust on your behalf. He did so, and the sheep returned to their master. And the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, exhorted the people, until he said, And among the Muslims killed was the black slave. They carried him and brought him into a tent. They claimed that the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, looked into the tent, then turned to his companions and said, God has indeed honoured this servant, and I have seen at his head 2 of the fair-eyed maidens of paradise. And Ibn Wahb said, Haywa ibn Shurai informed me from Ibn al-Hadi, from Shurahbil ibn Sa'd, from Jabir ibn Abdullah, who said, We were with the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, in the expedition of Khaybar. A raiding party went out and took a man who was grazing his sheep. They brought him to the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, who spoke to him. The man said to him, I have believed in you, but what of the sheep? For they are a trust, and they belong to the people. 1 sheep here, 2 sheep there. He said, Cast pebbles at their faces, and they will return to their owners. He took a handful of pebbles or dust and threw it at their faces, and they ran off until every sheep returned to its owner. Then he advanced to the battle line, and an arrow struck him and killed him. He had never prostrated to God in a single prayer. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, Bring him into the tent. He was brought into the tent of the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace. When the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, was finished, he entered upon him, then came out and said, How beautiful has been the Islam of your companion. I entered upon him, and with him were 2 of his wives from the fair-eyed maidens of paradise. This is a sound or good narration. And Mu'ammal ibn Ismail said, Aḥmad narrated to us, saying, Thabit narrated to us from Anas, that a man came to the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, and said, O Messenger of God, I am a man of dark complexion, of unpleasant countenance, and of foul odour, and I have no wealth. If I fight these people until I'm killed, will I enter paradise? He said, Yes. He advanced and fought until he was killed. The Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, came upon him while he was slain, and said, God has made your face beautiful, your spirit pure, and your wealth abundant. He said of this man or another, I have seen his 2 wives from the fair-eyed maidens of paradise, vying to remove his cloak from him, slipping between his skin and his cloak. And this is a sound narration. And Yunus related from Ibn Ishaq. Abdullah ibn Abi Bakr narrated to me from some of the tribe of Aslam that some of the Banu Sam of Aslam came to the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, at Khaybar, and said, O Messenger of God, by God, we are exhausted, and we have nothing in our hands. They found nothing with the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, so he said, O God, you know their state, and that they have no strength, and I have nothing in my hand to give them. So open for them the greatest of its fortresses in wealth, with the most food and fat. The people went out in the morning, and God opened for them the fortress of Al-Sab ibn Mu'adh, and there was no fortress in Khaybar with more food and fat than it. When the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, had conquered what he conquered of their fortresses and acquired what he acquired of their wealth, they came to their 2 fortresses, Al-Wati and Al-Sulalim, which were the last of the fortresses of Khaybar to be conquered. The Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, besieged them for some 10 nights. The account of Safiya al-Bakai related from Ibn Ishaq, who said, And the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, advanced upon the properties, taking them one by one, and opening the fortresses one by one. The first of their fortresses he opened was the fortress of Naim, and it was there that Mahmud ibn Maslama al-Ansari, the brother of Muḥammad, was killed. A millstone was thrown upon him, and it killed him. Then came Al-Qamus, the fortress of Ibn Abi al-Hukayk. And the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, took captives from them, among them Safiya bint Huyay ibn Akhtab and 2 of her female cousins. He gave them to Dihya al-Kalbi, and Yunus related from Ibn Ishaq. A son of Muḥammad ibn Maslama al-Ansari narrated to me from those of his family whom he had met, and Miknaf also narrated it to me. They both said, The Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, besieged the people of Khaybar in their 2 fortresses, Al-Wati and Al-Sulalim, until, when they were certain of their destruction, they asked the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, to let them depart and to spare their lives, and he did so. The Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, had already seized all the properties, Al-Shaq, Al-Natat, Al-Qutaybah, and all their fortresses, except for what was in those 2 fortresses. When the people of Fadak heard what they had done, they sent to the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, asking him to let them depart and to spare their lives, and to leave the properties to him, and he did so. Among those who walked between the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, and them in this matter was Muhayyisa ibn Masud. When they surrendered on these terms, they asked the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, to let them work the lands for half of the produce, saying, We are more knowledgeable about them than you, and better at cultivating them. So he made a treaty with them for half the produce, on the condition that if we wish to expel you, we will expel you. And he made a similar treaty with the people of Fadak. The properties of Khaybar became spoils of war for the Muslims, while Fadak was exclusively for the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, because the Muslims had not assailed it with cavalry or camel. And Aḥmad ibn Zayd related from Thabit and Abd al-Aziz ibn Suhaib from Anas that when the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, prevailed over the people of Khaybar, he killed the fighters and took the women and children captive. Safiya fell to Dihya al-Kalbi. Then she came to the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace. Then he married her and made her manumission her dowry. This narration is agreed upon. And Yaqub ibn Abd al-Rahman related from Amr ibn Abi Amr, from Anas, who said, the beauty of Safiya was mentioned to the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace. She was a bride, and her husband had been killed. The Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, chose her for himself. When we were at Sa'd al-Saba, her waiting period ended, and the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, consummated the marriage with her. He prepared a meal of haze on a small leather mat, and that was his wedding feast. I saw him creating a screen for her with a cloak behind him, and he would sit by his she-camel, place his knee, and Safiya would come and place her foot on his knee, and then mount. When Uhud appeared before us, the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, this is a mountain that loves us, and we love it. It is recorded by Al-Bukhari, in a longer version, and by Muslim. And Muḥammad ibn Jafar ibn Abi Kathir said, Humayd informed me, he heard Anas say, the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, stayed between Khaybar and Medina for 3 nights, consummating his marriage with Safiya. I invited the Muslims to the wedding feast of the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace. There was no bread or meat in it. There was nothing but that he ordered leather mats to be spread, and upon them were placed dates, dried yogurt, and clarified butter. The Muslims said, is she one of the mothers of the believers, or one of those whom his right hand possesses? They said, if he veils her, she is one of the mothers of the believers, and if he does not veil her, she is one of those whom his right hand possesses. When he departed, he made a place for her behind him and extended the veil between her and the people. It is recorded by Al-Bukhari. And Hamad ibn Salama said, Ubayd Allah ibn Umar narrated to us, as I believe from Nafi, from Ibn Umar, that the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, fought the people of Khaybar until he forced them into their fortress. He gained control of the land, the crops, and the date palms. They made a treaty with him that they would be exiled from it, and they would have what their riding animals could carry, while the gold and silver would be for the Messenger of God. May God bless him and grant him peace, and they would depart from it. He stipulated that they should not conceal or hide anything, and if they did, they would have no protection or treaty. They concealed a leather bag containing money and jewellery belonging to Huyay ibn Akhtab, which he had brought with him to Khaybar when the tribe of Al-Nadir was exiled. The Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said to Huyay's uncle, what happened to the leather bag of Huyay that he brought from Al-Nadir? He said, the expenses and the wars have consumed it. He said, the time is recent, and the wealth was greater than that. The Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, handed him over to Al-Zubayr, who subjected him to some torment. Huyay had previously entered a ruin, so his uncle said, I saw Huyai walking around in a ruin over here." They went and searched, and they found the leather bag in the ruin. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, killed the 2 sons of Huqaik, one of whom was Safiya's husband. And the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, took their women and children captive and divided their wealth because of the treachery they had committed. He intended to exile them from it, but they said, "O Muḥammad, let us remain in this land to cultivate it and tend to it." The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, and his companions had no servants to tend to it, so he gave it to them for half the produce, for as long as the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, wished. Abd Allah ibn Rawaha would come to them every year, estimate the harvest, and then guarantee them their half. They complained to the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, about the severity of his estimation, and tried to bribe him. He said, "O enemies of God, would you feed me what is unlawful? By God, I have come to you from the most beloved of people to me, and you are more hateful to me than your number in apes and swine. Yet my hatred for you and my love for him will not cause me to be unjust to you." They said, "By this the heavens and the earth stand." He said, and the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, saw a green mark on Safiya's eye, and asked, "What is this?" She said, "My head was in the lap of Ibn Abi al-Huqaik while I was asleep, and I saw as if a moon fell into my lap. I told him about it, and he struck me and said, 'Do you desire the king of Yathrib?' She said, 'The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, had been the most hated of people to me. He had killed my father and my husband. But he kept apologizing to me, saying, 'Your father incited the Arabs against me and did such and such,' until that feeling left my soul. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, used to give each of his wives 80 wasks of dates and 20 wasks of barley each year. When the time of Umar came, they deceived the Muslims and threw Ibn Umar from the top of a house, dislocating his hands. Umar said, 'Whoever has a share in Khaybar, let him be present,' until he divided it among them. Their leader said, 'Do not expel us. Let us remain here, as the messenger of God and Abu Bakr allowed us to remain.' He said to him, 'Do you think I have forgotten the words of the messenger of God? May God bless him and grant him peace. How will it be with you when your camel carries you toward the borders of Syria day after day after day?' And Umar divided it among those who had been present at Khaybar from the people of Al-Hudaybiyah. Al-Bukhari used this as evidence in his book, saying, and Aḥmad ibn Salama narrated it. And Abu Aḥmad al-Marrar ibn Hamaway said, Muḥammad ibn Yahya al-Kinani narrated to us, from Malik, from Nafi, from Ibn Umar, who said, when I was injured at Khaybar, Umar stood up to deliver a sermon, and said, the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, made a treaty with the Jews of Khaybar regarding their properties, and he said, we will let you remain as long as God lets you remain. And Abdullah ibn Umar went to Khaybar, to his property there, and he was attacked during the night, and his hands were dislocated. We have no enemy there but them, and they are our suspects. I have decided to exile them. When he resolved to do so, one of the Banu Abi al-Huqaik came to him and said, O Commander of the Faithful, you are expelling us when Muḥammad allowed us to stay and made a treaty with us. He said, did you think I had forgotten the words of the messenger of God? May God bless him and grant him peace. How will it be with you when you are expelled from Khaybar? your young camel galloping with you night after night." So he exiled them and gave them the value of their produce in money, camels, and goods such as saddles, ropes, and other things. It is recorded by Al-Bukhari from Abu Aḥmad. And Ibn Fudail related from Yahya ibn Sa'id, from Bashir ibn Yasar, from some of the companions of the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, that when the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, prevailed over Qaymaz, he divided it into 36 shares, each share comprising 100 shares. The Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, and the Muslims received half of that, and he set aside the remaining half for the delegations that came to him for public affairs and for the needs of the people. It is recorded by Abu Dawud. It is related by Sulaiman ibn Bilal, from Yahya ibn Sa'id, from Bashir ibn Yasar, that the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, apportioned Qaymaz into 36 shares. He set aside for the Muslims 18 shares, each share comprising 100 parts, and the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, was among them, his own share being like that of any one of them. And he set aside the other half to address his own exigencies and the matters that befell the community of the Muslims. This portion consisted of Al-Wati, As-Salalim, Al-Kutaiba, and their dependencies. Now, when these lands came into the possession of the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and the Muslims, there were no labourers among them to tend to the cultivation of the land. Thus he summoned the Jews and engaged them in a sharecropping agreement. Al-Bayhaqi, may God have mercy upon him, said, and this was because a part of Qaymaz was conquered by force of arms, while another part was taken through a treaty of peace. He therefore apportioned that which was conquered by force between the recipients of the 1/5 share and the warriors who had gained the spoils, and he set aside that which was acquired by treaty for his own exigencies and for what was needed for the welfare of the Muslims. And Abd al-Razzaq said, Mamar informed us from Ubaydullah ibn Umar, from Nafi, from Ibn Umar, that on the day the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, established the sharecropping arrangement for Qaymaz, there were upon it crops and date palms. And so he would allot to each of his wives every year 100 wask of dates and 20 wask of barley for each woman. Ad-Dhuhli narrated it from Abd al-Razzaq, but omitted from it Ibn Umar. And Ibn Wahb said, Yahya ibn Ayyub said, Ibrahim ibn Sa'd related to me from Kathir, the freedman of Banu Makhzum, from Atta, from Ibn Abbas, that the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, apportioned on the day of Qaymaz 2 shares for each of the 200 horses. Ibn Wahb said, and Yahya ibn Ayyub related to me from Yahya ibn Sa'id and Salih ibn Qaysan a similar account. And Ibn Uyayna said, Yahya ibn Sa'id related to us from Salih ibn Qaysan, who said, on the day of Khaybar they were 1,400, and the cavalry numbered 200 horses. And Yunus said from Ibn Ishaq, Az-Zuhri informed me from Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib, from Jubair ibn Mutim, who said, when the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, distributed the share of the kinsfolk from Qaymaz among the Banu Hashim and the Banu al-Muttalib, Uthman and I went to him, and we said, O Messenger of God, these your brethren, the Banu Hashim, we do not deny their preeminence, owing to the station wherein God has placed you among them. But what of our brethren from the Banu al-Muttalib, that you have given them and left us aside, when we and they are of one and the same standing in relation to you? He replied, they never parted from us, neither in the time of ignorance nor in Islam. Verily, the Banu Hashim and the Banu al-Muttalib are but a single entity. Then the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, interlaced the fingers of his two hands, one within the other. This was cited as evidence by al-Bukhari. And Shubha said from Humayd ibn Hilal, from Abdullah ibn Mughaffal, who said, "On the day of Khaybar, a leather bag of fat was let down, and I clung to it, saying, I shall not give anyone a thing from this. Then I turned and beheld the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, smiling, and I felt a sense of shame before him. Agreed upon. And Abu Muawiyah said, Abu Ishaq ash-Shaybani related to us, from Muḥammad ibn Abi Mujalid, from Abdullah ibn Abi Awfa, who said, I asked, Did you set aside the fifth of the food in the time of the Messenger of God? May God's peace and blessings be upon him? He replied, We acquired food on the day of Khaybar, and a man would come and take from it a measure sufficient for his needs, and then depart. Abu Dawud recorded it. And Abu Muawiyah said from Asim al-Ahwal, from Abu Uthman al-Nahdi, or from Abu Kilaba, who said, When the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, arrived at Khaybar, he came when the dates were still green, and the people partook of them eagerly and were struck by a fever. They complained of this to him, and so he commanded them to cool water in skins, and then to pour it upon themselves between the two calls to the dawn prayer, while mentioning the name of God over it. He said, They did so, and it was as if they had been released from their fetters. And Bishr ibn al-Mufaddal said, from Muḥammad ibn Zayd, Umayr, the freedman of Abu Alam, related to me, saying, I was present at Khaybar with my masters, and they spoke to the Messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him on my behalf. He then ordered that I be girded with a sword, and lo, I was dragging it behind me. He was then informed that I was a bondsman, and so he ordered that I be given some measure of humble effects. Abu Dawud recorded it, a remembrance of those who attained martyrdom at Khaybar. According to what was mentioned by Ibn Ishaq, he said, from the allies of Banu Umayyah, Rabia ibn Aktham, Thaqf ibn Amr, and Rifa'ah ibn Masruh, and from the Banu Asad ibn Abd al-Uzza, Abdullah ibn al-Hubayb, and from the Ansar, Fudayl ibn al-Numan al-Sulami, Masud ibn Sad al-Zuraqi, Abu Addayah ibn Thabit of the Banu Amr ibn Auf, Al-Harith ibn Hatib, Urwah ibn Murrah, Aus ibn al-Qaif, Unayf ibn Habib, Thabit ibn Athla, Talha, and Umara ibn Uqbah al-Ghifari. And there have already been mentioned Amir ibn al-Aqwa, Mahmud ibn Maslama, and al-Aswad the shepherd. Abd al-Malik ibn Hisham added, saying, Masud ibn Rabia, an ally of Banu Zuhra, and Aus ibn Qatada al-Ansari. And some added, saying, and Mubashir ibn Abd al-Mundhir, and Abu Sufyan ibn al-Harith, who was not of the Hashemites. And God knows best. The arrival of Jafar ibn Abi Talib and his companions al-Bukhari and Muslim said, Abu Quraib related to us, saying, Abu Usama related to us, saying, Buraid related to me, from Abu Burda, from Abu Musa al-Ashari, who said, News of the departure of the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, reached us while we were in Yemen. So we set out as emigrants towards him, I and two of my brothers, of whom I was the youngest. One of them was Abu Ruhum, and the other Abu Burda, in he said either a few or in a group of 53 or 52 men from my people. We boarded a ship, and our vessel cast us upon the shores of Abyssinia to the Negus. There we met Jafar ibn Abi Talib and his companions. Jafar said, The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, sent us and commanded us, meaning to remain, so remain with us. We thus remained with him until we all came together, and we reached the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, just as he had conquered Khaybar. He allotted shares for us, though he had not apportioned anything for anyone who was absent from the conquest of Khaybar, save for those who had been present with him, with the exception of the people of our ship. With Jafar and his companions, he apportioned for them along with the others. He said, and so certain people would say to us, we preceded you in the migration. He said, and Asma bint Umayz, who was among those who had come with us, entered upon Hafsa, the wife of the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, as a visitor, for she had migrated to the Negus. Then Umar entered upon Hafsa while Asma was with her, and Umar, upon seeing Asma, said, who is this? She said, Asma bint Umayz. Umar said, this Abyssinian one, this seafarer? Asma said, yes. Then Umar said, we preceded you in the migration. We are more entitled to the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, than you. She became angered and uttered a word. O Umar, nay, by God, you were with the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. He fed your hungry and admonished your ignorant, while we were in a distant, or perhaps hostile, land in Abyssinia. And that was for the sake of God and his messenger. And by the life of God, I shall not taste food, nor drink any draught, until I mention what you have said to the messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. For we were being harmed, and we were in fear, and I shall indeed mention this to him, and ask him. So when he came, she said, O Prophet of God, indeed Umar said such and such. He said, he is not more entitled to my closeness than you. For him and his companions there is one migration, but for you, the people of the ship, there are two migrations. She said, and I saw Abu Musa and the companions of the ship coming to me in delegations, asking me about this narration. There was nothing in this world that brought them greater joy, or was more momentous in their souls, than what the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, had said to them. Abu Burda said, Asma said, and I saw Abu Musa, and indeed he would ask me to repeat this narration to him, and he said, for you there are two migrations. You migrated to the Negus, and you migrated to me. And Ajla ibn Abdullah said from Ash-Shabi, who said, when Jafar arrived from Abyssinia, the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, met him and kissed his forehead. And then he said, by God, I know not for which of the two I am more joyful, the conquest of Khaybar or the arrival of Jafar. And some relate it from Ajla, from Ash-Shabi, from Jabir. And Ibn Uyayna said, Az-Zuhri related to us that he heard Ambasa ibn Sa'id al-Qurashi narrate from Abu Huraira, who said, I arrived in Medina while the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, was at Khaybar at the time he conquered it. I asked him to allot me a share. Some of the offspring of Sa'id ibn al-As spoke up, saying, do not allot him a share, O messenger of God. I said, this is the slayer of Ibn Qawqal. And he, I believe it was the son of Sa'id ibn al-As, said, how wondrous that a weasel, having descended upon us from the peak of Dal, should reproach me for the slaying of a Muslim man whom God has honoured at my hand, and did not debase me at his. This is the wording of Abu Dawud, and Al-Bukhari recorded it, but he stated, from the peak of Dan. And Ismail ibn Ayyash said from Az-Zubaydi, from Az-Zuhri. Anbasa ibn Sa'id informed me that he heard Abu Huraira informing Sa'id ibn al-As, saying, "The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, dispatched Aban on an expedition towards Najd. Aban and his companions then arrived before the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, at Khaybar after its conquest, and the girths of their horses were of palm fibre. I then said, O Messenger of God, do not apportion for them. Aban then said, And you say this, O weasel, descending from the peak of Dol. The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, O Aban, be seated. And he did not apportion for them. Al-Bukhari alluded to it in his Sahih, saying, and it is mentioned on the authority of Az-Zubaydi. And Musa ibn Uqba said from Ibn Shihab, who said, the Banu Fazara were among those who had come to the people of Khaybar to aid them. The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, sent a message to them that they should not aid them, and he asked them to withdraw from them, offering in return a certain portion from Khaybar. But they refused him. So when God granted the conquest of Khaybar, those of the Banu Fazara who were there came to him and said, Our share that you promised us. He replied, Your share. Or he said, For you is Du ar-Ruqayba, a mountain among the mountains of Khaybar. They said, Then we shall fight you. He said, Your appointed time is at Janafa. When they heard this, they fled. Janafa is a watering place belonging to the Banu Fazara. And Al-Bukhari said, Makki ibn Ibrahim related to us, saying, Yazid ibn Abi Ubaid related to us, saying, I saw the mark of a blow upon Salama's leg, and I said, O Abu Muslim, what is this blow? He said, This is a blow I sustained on the day of Khaybar. The people were saying, Salama has been struck. So I went to the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and he blew upon it 3 times, and I felt no complaint from it until this very hour. And Abd al-Aziz ibn Abi Hazim said from his father, from Sahal, that the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, encountered the polytheists in one of his campaigns, and they engaged in battle. Then each group returned to its camp. And among the Muslims was a man who would not leave a single straggler or stray among the polytheists, but would pursue it and strike it with his sword. The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, As for him, he is of the people of the fire. They said, Which of us is then of the people of paradise, if this man is of the people of the fire? A man then said, By God, he shall never die in this state. He followed him until the man was wounded. His wound became severe, and he hastened his own death. He placed his sword upon the ground with its point between his 2 breasts, then leaned upon it and killed himself. The man then came to the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and said, I bear witness that you are indeed the Messenger of God. He asked, And what is that? He then informed him. So the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, Verily, a man may perform the deeds of the people of paradise in what is apparent to others, and yet he is of the people of the fire. And verily, a man may perform the deeds of the people of the fire in what is apparent to others, and yet he is of the people of paradise. Agreed upon. And Al-Bukhari recorded from the narration of Shu'aib ibn Abi Hamza, from Az-Zuhri, from Ibn al-Musayyib, from Abu Huraira, who said, We were present with the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, at Khaybar. And he said of a man, meaning the Prophet, May God's peace and blessings be upon him, this one is of the people of the fire. When the fighting commenced, the man fought, and he mentioned a narration similar to that of Sahl ibn Sa'd. And Yahya al-Qattan and others said, from Yahya ibn Sa'id, from Muḥammad ibn Yahya ibn Hibban, from Abu Amra, from Zayd ibn Khalid al-Juhani, that a man died on the day of Khaybar, and he was mentioned to the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. He said, "Pray over your companion." Their faces changed. So he said, "Verily, your companion has taken illicitly from the spoils in the cause of God." We searched his belongings and found beads of the beads of the Jews, not worth even 2 dirhams. The matter of the poisoned sheep. And Layth ibn Sa'd said, from Sa'id, from Abu Huraira, who said, "When Khaybar was conquered, a sheep in which there was poison was gifted to the Messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Gather for me whosoever of the Jews is here." They were gathered for him, and the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said to them, "Verily, I am about to ask you of a matter, so will you be truthful with me concerning it?" They said, "Yes, O Abu al-Qasim." The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, then said to them, "Who is your father?" They said, "Our father is so-and-so." He said, "You have lied. Nay, your father is so-and-so." They said, "You have spoken truth and been virtuous." He said to them, "Will you be truthful with me concerning a matter if I were to ask you of it?" They said, "Yes, O Abu al-Qasim, and if we were to lie to you, you would know of our lie just as you knew it concerning our fathers." So the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Who are the people of the fire?" They said, "We shall be in it for a short while, then you will succeed us therein." The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said to them, "Be spurned within it, for by God we shall never succeed you in it." Then he said, "Will you be truthful with me?" They said, "Yes." He said, "Did you place poison in this sheep?" They said, "Yes." He said, "And what led you to do that?" They said, "We desired that if you were a liar we would be rid of you, and if you were a prophet it would not harm you." Al-Bukhari recorded it. And Khalid ibn al-Harith said, Shubha related to us from Hisham ibn Zayd from Anas that a Jewish woman came to the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, with a poisoned sheep, and he ate from it. She was then brought to the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and he questioned her about that. She said, "I intended to kill you." He replied, "God would not have given you power over that." Or he said, "Over me." They said, "Shall we not kill her?" He said, "No." And I never cease to recognize its effect in the uvula of the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. Agreed upon from the narration of Khalid, and Abad ibn al-Awwam said from Sufyan ibn Husayn, from Az-Zuhri, from Abu Salama, and Ibn al-Musayyib, from Abu Huraira, that a woman from among the Jews gifted to the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, a poisoned sheep. He said, "Hold back, for it is poisoned." And he said to her, "What led you to do what you have done?" She said, "I wanted to know if you were a prophet, God would surely inform you, and if you were a liar, I would rid the people of you." He said, "So the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, did not take any action against her." And a similar narration is related from Jabir. And Mama said from Az-Zuhri, from Abd ar-Rahman ibn Kab, that a Jewish woman gifted to the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, a roasted sheep at Khaybar. He ate, and they ate. Then he said, "Hold back." And he said to her, "Did you poison this sheep?" She said, "Who informed you?" He said, "This bone." She said, "Yes." So he had himself cupped on the shoulder, and he commanded his companions, and they had themselves cupped. And some of them died. Az-Zuhri said, so she embraced Islam, and he left her. And Abu Dawud said in his Sunan, Sulaiman al-Mahri related to us, saying, Ibn Wahb related to us, saying, Yunus informed me from Ibn Shihab, who said, Jabir used to narrate that a Jewish woman poisoned a sheep that she gifted to the Prophet. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. The narration. And Khalid at-Tahan said, from Muḥammad ibn Amr, from Abu Salama, that a Jewish woman at Khaybar gifted a sheep to the Prophet. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. Similar to the narration of Jabir. He said, and so Bishr ibn al-Bara ibn Marur died, and the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, ordered that she be killed. And it is possible that he did not kill her at first, but then, when Bishr died, he killed her. And Bishr had witnessed Al-Aqaba and Badr, and his father was one of the chieftains on the night of Al-Aqaba. And it was he of whom the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, O Banu Salama, who is your leader? They said, Al-Jad ibn Qays, despite his avarice. So he said, and what malady is more grievous than avarice? Nay, your leader is the fair and curly-haired Bishr ibn al-Bara. And Musa ibn Uqba, ibn Shihab, and Urwa said, and the wording is that of Musa, they said, when Khaybar was conquered, Zainab bint al-Harith, the Jewish woman, and she was the niece of Marhab, gifted to Safiya a roasted sheep, which she had poisoned, placing most of it in the shoulder. For it had reached her that the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, loved the shoulder. And he mentioned the narration. And from Urwa and Musa ibn Uqba they said, when Quraysh heard of the departure of the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, to Khaybar there were wagers and dealings among them. Some of them would say, Muḥammad will be victorious, while others would say, the allies and the Jews of Khaybar will be victorious. And Al-Hajjaj ibn Ilat as-Sulami al-Bahzi had embraced Islam and had witnessed the conquest of Khaybar. He was married to Shayba al-Abdariya, and Al-Hajjaj was a man of wealth, and he owned mines in the land of Banu Sulaim. So when the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, was victorious over Khaybar, Al-Hajjaj said, O Messenger of God, I have gold with my wife, and if she and her family learn of my Islam, I will have no wealth left. So grant me leave that I may travel swiftly, that the news may not precede me. And Muḥammad ibn Thawr said, and the wording is his, and Abd al-Razak from Ma'mar, I heard Thabit al-Bunani from Anas, who said, when the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, conquered Khaybar, Al-Hajjaj ibn Ilat said, O messenger of God, I have wealth in Makkah, and I have a family there whom I wish to go to. Am I absolved if I should detract from you or say something? The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, granted him permission. So he went to his wife and said to her, keep my secret, and gather for me what you have of mine, for I wish to purchase from the spoils of Muḥammad and his companions, for they have been vanquished and their properties seized. This news spread throughout Makkah, and it was grievous upon the Muslims, and took its toll on them. And the polytheists displayed joy and delight. The news reached Al-Abbas, and he was struck down with grief and was unable to stand. Ma'mar said, and Uthman al-Jurayri informed me from Miqsam, who said, so Al-Abbas took a son of his named Qutham and lay down, placing him on his chest while saying, long live Qutham, a likeness of the one with a noble nose, a youth of grace, despite he who is aggrieved. Mama said in the narration of Anas, "So Al-Abbas sent a servant of his to Al-Hajjaj, saying, 'Woe to you! What have you brought, and what do you say? That which God has promised is better than what you have brought.' Al-Hajjaj said, 'O servant, convey my greetings to Abu al-Fadl, and say to him, let him empty one of his houses for me so that I may come to him, for the matter is one that will please him.' When the servant reached the door of the house, he said, 'Glad tidings, O Abu al-Fadl.' Al-Abbas leaped up in joy, so much so that he kissed the space between his eyes and set him free. Then Al-Hajjaj came and informed him of the conquest of Khaybar by the messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him, and the spoils of their wealth, and that the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, had chosen Safiya for himself. But I came for my wealth, and I sought permission from the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and he granted it to me. So keep my matter secret for 3 days, O Abu al-Fadl, then you may mention what you wish." He said, and his wife gathered his belongings for him, and then he departed swiftly. When 3 days had passed, Al-Abbas went to the wife of Al-Hajjaj and said, "What has your husband done?" She said, "He has gone. May God not sadden you, O Abu al-Fadl. What has reached you has indeed been grievous to us." He said, "Indeed, may God not sadden me. By the grace of God, nothing has occurred but what I love. God has granted victory to his messenger, and the arrows of God have run their course in Khaybar, and the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, has chosen Safiya for himself. If you have any need of your husband, then join him." She said, "By God, I believe you are truthful." Then he went to the assemblies of Quraysh and related to them the news. And so God returned the gloom and distress that had befallen the Muslims upon the polytheists. The expedition to Wadi al-Qura Malik from Thawr ibn Zayd, from Abu al-Ghayth, from Abu Huraira, said, "We set out with the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, in the year of Khaybar. And we gained no spoils of gold or silver, only garments and effects. The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, then directed his course towards Wadi al-Qura. And a black slave named Midam had been gifted to the messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. When they were at Wadi al-Qura, while Midam was unloading the baggage of the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, an arrow came and killed him. The people said, "Joyful tidings of paradise for him." But the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Nay, by him in whose hand is my soul. Verily, the cloak that he took on the day of Khaybar from the spoils, before the shares were apportioned, will surely burn upon him as a fire." When they heard this, a man came with a sandal strap or two to the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and he, peace be upon him, said, "A sandal strap of fire," or he said, "2 sandal straps of fire." Agreed upon. And Al-Waqidi said, "Abdurrahman ibn Abdul Aziz related to me from Az-Zuhri, from Abu Salama, from Abu Huraira, who said, we set out with the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, from Khaybar to Wadi al-Qura. And Rifah ibn Zayd al-Judami had gifted to the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, a slave named Midam. When we encamped at Wadi al-Qura, we came upon the Jews, and a number of Arabs had joined them. While Midam was unloading the baggage of the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, the Jews met us with a volley of arrows where we had dismounted. We were not arrayed for battle, and they were shouting from their fortresses. A stray arrow came forth and struck Midam, killing him. The people said, "Joyful tidings of paradise for him." But the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Nay, by him in whose hand is my soul. Verily, the cloak that he took on the day of Khaybar from the spoils before the shares were apportioned will surely burn upon him as a fire." When the people heard that, a man came to the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, with a sandal strap or two, and he said, "A sandal strap or 2 sandal straps of fire." The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, then arrayed his companions for battle and drew them up in ranks. He gave his standard to Sa'd ibn Ubadah, and he gave a banner to Al-Hubab ibn al-Mundhir, a banner to Sahal ibn Hunayf, and a banner to Abbad ibn Bishr. Then he called them to Islam, and informed them that if they were to submit, they would secure their properties and preserve their blood. A man came forth, and Az-Zubair went out to meet him and killed him. Then another came forth, and Ali went out to meet him and killed him. Then another came forth, and Abu Dujana went out to meet him and killed him, until 11 of their men were killed. Then on the morrow they surrendered with their own hands, and God conquered it by force. And the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, remained in Wadi al-Qura for 4 days. When this reached the people of Taimar, they made a treaty for the poll tax. And when Umar became caliph, he expelled the Jews of Khaybar and Fadak, but he did not expel the people of Taimar and Wadi al-Qura, because they were considered to be within the land of Syria. And he held that what lay from Wadi al-Qura to Medina was the Hijaz, and what was beyond that was part of Syria. And Ibn Wahab said, "Yunus informed me from Ibn Shihab, from Ibn al-Musayyib, from Abu Huraira, that the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, when he returned from the expedition of Khaybar, he travelled by night until, when weariness overtook us, the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, made camp. And he said to Bilal, 'Keep watch for us through the night.' But sleep overcame Bilal's eyes, and neither the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, nor Bilal awoke until they felt the heat of the sun." The narration. Muslim recorded it, and it is related that this occurred on the way to Al-Hudaybiyah. Shuba narrated it from Jami ibn Shaddad, from Abd ar-Rahman ibn Abi al-Qama, from Ibn Masud, and it is possible that their oversleeping occurred on 2 separate occasions, and Zafir ibn Sulaiman has narrated it from Shuba, mentioning that this occurred during the expedition of Tabuk. And the event of oversleeping past the time of prayer has been narrated by Imran ibn Hussein and Abu Qatada al-Ansari. And both narrations are sound. Muslim recorded them, and they are lengthy. And Umara ibn Ukrama from Aisha said, "When we conquered Khaybar, we said, 'Now we shall have our fill of dates.' And Ibn Wahab said, 'Yunus informed us from Ibn Shihab from Anas, who said, when the emigrants arrived in Medina, they came with nothing in their hands. The Ansar were people of the land, so they shared with the emigrants, giving them half of the fruit of their properties each year, and the emigrants would relieve them of the labour and upkeep. And the mother of Anas, who was Sulaim, had given the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, some of her date palms. The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, then gave them to Ayman, his freedwoman, the mother of Usama ibn Zayd. Anas informed me that when the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, had finished fighting the people of Khaybar and returned to Medina, the emigrants returned to the Ansar their belongings. And the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, returned to my mother her date palms, and gave Ayman in their place from his own garden. Ibn Shihab said, and the story of Usama ibn Zayd was that she had been a servant girl of Abdullah ibn Abdul Muttalib, and she was from Abyssinia. So when Amina gave birth to the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, Ayman would nurse him until the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, grew up, and he freed her. Then he married her to Zayd ibn Haritha. Then she passed away 5 months after the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, had passed away. Muslim recorded it, and Mutamir said, my father related to us from Anas that a man would give from his wealth some date palms, or what God willed of his wealth, to the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, until Qurayza and An-Nadir were conquered for him. After that he began to return what he had been given. My family instructed me to go to him and ask for what they had given, or a part of it. And the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, had given it to Ayman, or as God willed. He said, so I asked him, and he gave them to me. Then Ayman came and wrapped the garment around my neck and began to say, nay, by God, other than whom there is no deity, he will not give them to you when he has already given them to me. The Prophet of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, then said, O Ayman, leave it, and for you there shall be such and such. And she kept saying, nay, by God, until he gave her 10 times that, or something close to it. And in one wording in the Sahih, and she was saying, nay, by God, until I am given 10 times its like. They both recorded it. And in the 7th year, Hatib ibn Abi Balta returned from his embassy to the Muqawqis, the ruler of the lands of Egypt, and with him was a gift for the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, which was Maria the Copt, the mother of Ibrahim, the son of the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. Her sister Shirin, whom he gifted to Hassan ibn Thabit, the Prophet's she-mule, Duldul, and his donkey, Yafur. And in it, Thuwayba, the wet nurse of the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, passed away. She had nursed him with the milk of her son, Masru, and was a freedwoman of Abu Lahab, who had manumitted her in the year of the Hijrah. The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, used to send to her in Makkah gifts of kinship and clothing, until news of her death came to him in the 7th year upon his return from Khaybar. He asked, what has become of her son, Masra? They said, he died before her. Khadijah used to honour her, and she sought to purchase her from Abu Lahab, but he refused. Al-Waqidi related this from more than one source. She had nursed the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, for a few days before Halima, and she also nursed Hamza ibn Abdul Muttalib and Abu Salama ibn Abdul Asad, may God be pleased with them both. The expedition of Abu Bakr, may God be well pleased with him, to Najd. It was after Khaybar in the 7th year. Ikrimah ibn Ammar said, Iyas ibn Salama ibn al-Aqwa related to me from his father, who said, the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, dispatched Abu Bakr, may God be well pleased with him, to the Banu Fizara, and I went out with him. When we drew near the water, Abu Bakr had us make camp. When we had prayed the dawn prayer, he commanded us, and we launched the raid. We came upon the water, and Abu Bakr killed whom he killed, and we were with him. I saw a group of people, among them women and children. I feared they might precede me to the mountain, so I overtook them and shot an arrow. When they saw it, they stopped, and there was a woman wearing a cloak of leather, and with her was her daughter, one of the most beautiful of the Arabs. I came driving them to Abu Bakr, and Abu Bakr awarded me her daughter as a special portion of the spoils. I did not uncover her garment until I arrived in Medina. Then she spent the night with me, yet I did not uncover her garment, until the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, met me in the marketplace and said, "O Salama, gift me the woman." I said, "O Prophet of God, by God, she has indeed pleased me, and I have not uncovered her garment." He remained silent until the next day, when he said, "O Salama, gift me the woman, may your father be blessed." I said, "She is for you, O Messenger of God." And the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, sent her to the people of Makkah, and with her he ransomed a number of Muslim captives. Muslim recorded it, and it is said this was in Shaban. The expedition of Umar, may God be well pleased with him, to the lands of Hawazin al-Waqidi said, Usama ibn Zayd ibn Aslam related to us from Abu Bakr ibn Umar ibn Abd ar-Rahman, who said, "The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, dispatched Umar to Turaba in the lands of Hawazin with 30 horsemen. He set out, and with him was a guide. They would travel by night and lie in wait by day. The news reached Hawazin, and they fled. Umar came to their encampments, but did not encounter any of them. So he returned to Medina, travelling through the Najdiya route. When they were at Al-Jadad, the guide said to Umar, "Would you be interested in another gathering I left behind from Khatham, who came as travellers, for their lands have become barren?" Umar said, "The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, did not command me concerning them." And he returned to Medina, and that was in Shaban. The expedition of Bashir ibn Sa'd al-Waqidi said, Abd Allah ibn al-Harith ibn al-Fadl related to me from his father, who said, "The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, dispatched Bashir ibn Sa'd with 30 men to the Banu Murrah at Fadak. He set out and encountered the shepherds of the flocks, and he drove the sheep and camels, heading down towards Medina. The pursuers overtook him at nightfall, and they spent the night exchanging arrows with them until the arrows of Bashir's companions were exhausted. They struck his companions, and those who could fled. Bashir fought a fierce fight until both of his heels were struck. It was said that he had died. They returned with their camels and sheep, and Bashir managed to drag himself until he reached Fadak. He stayed there with a Jew until he recovered from his wounds. Then he returned to Medina. The expedition of Ghalib ibn Abdullah al-Laythi al-Waqidi said, Aflah ibn Sa'id related to me, from Bashir ibn Muḥammad ibn he, who was shown the call to prayer, Abdullah ibn Zayd, who said, with Ghalib ibn Abdullah were Abu Masud, Uqbah ibn Amr al-Ansari, Kab ibn Ujrah, and Ulbah ibn Zayd. When Ghalib drew near them, he sent out scouts, who then returned and informed him. He advanced until he was within sight of them by night. They had milked their animals and had settled down. He stood and praised God and lauded him and commanded obedience. He said, When I cry Allahu Akbar, then you too cry Allahu Akbar, and unsheathe your swords. And he related the narration about their surrounding them. He said, And we set our swords upon them wherever we wished, and we were crying out our war cry, Amit, Amit, slay, slay. And Usama went forth and charged a man who then said, There is no deity but God. And he mentioned the narration. And Yunus ibn Bukhayr said from Muḥammad ibn Ishaq, a sheikh from Islam related to me from men of his people, who said, "The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, dispatched Ghalib ibn Abd Allah al-Kalbi of Kalb Layth to the land of Banu Murrah. There he came upon Mirdas ibn Nahik, an ally of theirs from Al-Huraka, and Usama killed him. So Muḥammad ibn Usama ibn Muḥammad ibn Usama related to me from his grandfather, Usama ibn Zayd, who said, I and a man from the Ansar overtook him, meaning Mirdas. When we raised our swords against him, he said, I bear witness that there is no deity but God. Yet we did not hold back from him until we had killed him. When we returned to the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, we informed him of what had happened. He said, O Usama, who will answer for you concerning there is no deity but God? I said, O messenger of God, he only said it to protect himself from being killed. He said, So who will answer for you concerning there is no deity but God? By him who sent him with the truth, he did not cease repeating it to me until I wished that my Islam prior to that day had never been, and that I had only submitted on that day and had not killed him. And Hushaym said, Husayn ibn Abd al-Rahman informed us, saying, Abu Zabyan related to us, saying, I heard Usama ibn Zayd narrate, saying, We came upon Al-Huraka from Juhayna. He said, We fell upon the people at dawn and routed them. I and a man from the Ansar pursued one of their men. When we overcame him, he said, There is no deity but God. He said, The Ansari held back from him, but I pierced him with my spear until I killed him. When we returned, this reached the Prophet. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. And he said, You killed him after he had said, There is no deity but God? 3 times. I said, O messenger of God, he was only seeking refuge. He said, and he did not cease repeating it until I wished that I had not embraced Islam before that day. Agreed upon. And Muḥammad ibn Salama said from Ibn Ishaq, Yaqub ibn Utbah related to me, from Muslim ibn Abdullah al-Juhani, from Jundub ibn Makith al-Juhani, who said, The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, dispatched Ghalib ibn Abdullah to the Banu al-Mulawih at al-Qudayd, and he commanded him to raid them, and I was in his expedition. We proceeded until we were at Qudayd, and there we met Al-Harith ibn Malik ibn al-Barsa al-Laythi. We seized him, and he said, I have only come to embrace Islam. Ghalib said to him, If you have indeed come to embrace Islam, then being bound for a day and a night will not harm you. And if you are upon something else, we shall have secured ourselves against you. He said, So he bound him with a rope and left behind him a young black man, saying, Stay with him until we pass by you. If he resists you, then strike off his head. We came to the valley of Al-Qudayd and encamped there after the afternoon prayer. My companions sent me to scout, and I made for a hill that would give me a view of the encampment, and I lay prostrate upon it. This was before sunset. A man came out and looked, and he saw my dark form prostrate on the hill. He said to his wife, I see a dark form on that hill that I did not see at the beginning of the day. Look and see, lest the dogs have dragged away some of your vessels. She looked and said, By God, I'm missing nothing. He said, Then hand me my bow and 2 arrows from my quiver. She handed them to him, and he shot an arrow at me and placed it in my forehead, or he said, in my side. I removed it and set it down, and did not move. Then he shot the other at me, and he placed it in the top of my shoulder. I removed it and set it down, and did not move. So he said to his wife, As for this, By God, my 2 arrows have struck him, and had he been a moving thing, he would have stirred. When morning comes, seek out my 2 arrows and retrieve them, lest the dogs chew them up on me." He said, "We waited until their herds returned, and until they had milked them, and their animals had settled, and a part of the night had passed. We launched our raid upon them, and killed whom we killed, and we drove away the camels and set off, returning with them. And the cry of the people went out to their kinsman. He said, we departed swiftly until we passed by Al-Harith ibn Malik ibn al-Barsa and his companion, and they set off with him along with us. The cry of the people reached us, and there came a force that we could not withstand. When there was nothing between us and them but the bed of the valley of Qudayd, God sent from wherever he willed such a flood of water that we had not seen rain or cloud before it. It came with a force that none could cross. I saw them standing, looking at us, not one of them able to advance, while we were driving the herds. We went swiftly until we brought them up to Al-Mushallal. Then we descended from it and left them behind. The expedition of Hanan al-Waqidi said in his Maghazi, Yahya ibn Abd al-Aziz ibn Sa'id ibn Sa'd ibn Ubadah related to me from Bashir ibn Muḥammad ibn Abdullah ibn Zayd, who said, a man from Ashja named Husayl ibn Nuwayra, who had been the guide of the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, to Khaybar, arrived. He said to him, From where, O Husayl? He said, From Yaman and Hannan. He said, And what have you left behind you? He said, I have left a gathering from Yaman, Ghatafan and Hanan, and Uyayna has sent to them, saying, Either you come to us, or we will come to you. So they sent word to him, saying, Come to us, and they desire to attack you, or some of your outlying areas. So the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, summoned Abu Bakr and Umar, and mentioned this to them, and they both said, Send Bashir ibn Sa'd. So he tied a standard for him, and dispatched with him 300 men, and he commanded them to travel by night and lie in wait by day. They did so until they reached the lower part of Khaybar. They raided and killed a spy of Uyayna. Then they met the gathering of Uyayna and skirmished with them. Then the gathering of Uyayna was dispersed, and 2 of their men were taken captive. They were brought before the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and they embraced Islam. The expedition of Abu Hadrad to Al-Ghaba Yunus ibn Bukayr said, from Ibn Ishaq, Among the accounts of Abu Hadrad al-Aslami is that which Jafar ibn Abdullah ibn Aslam related to me, from Abu Hadrad, who said, I married a woman from my people and gave her a dowry of 200 dirhams. I went to the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, to seek his help for my marriage. He said, How much have you given as dowry? I said, 200 dirhams. He said, Glory be to God. By God, if you were to take it from a valley, you would not have increased it. No, by God, I have nothing with which to help you. He remained for some days. Then a man from Jusham ibn Muawiyah, named Rifah ibn Qays, or Qays ibn Rifah, approached with a large contingent from Jusham, until he encamped with his people and those with him at Al-Ghaba, intending to rally the tribe of Qays for war against the messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. He was a man of high standing. The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, summoned me and 2 other Muslim men and said, Go out to him until you bring back news and knowledge of him. He provided us with an emaciated camel. One of us mounted it, but by God, it could not stand up with him due to weakness, until the men supported it from behind with their hands, until it got up, and even then, barely. He said, Sustain yourselves with this." We set out until we came near the encampment at sunset. I lay in hiding on one side, and I commanded my 2 companions to lie in hiding on another side. I said, "When you hear me cry Allahu Akbar and charge into the camp, you too cry Allahu Akbar and charge with me." By God, we were in that state, waiting to see a moment of vulnerability. The deep darkness of night had fallen, and they had a shepherd who had gone out to pasture in that land and was late in returning. Their leader, Rifaa, stood up, took his sword, and said, "I shall follow the tracks of our shepherd." They said, "We will suffice you." He said, "No, by God, not one of you shall follow me." He went out until he passed by me. When he was within my reach, I struck him with an arrow and placed it in his heart. By God, he did not utter a word. I leaped upon him and cut off his head. Then I charged towards the side of the camp and cried, "Allahu Akbar," and my 2 companions cried, "Allahu Akbar." By God, it was nothing but a flight for whoever was in there, with everything they could carry of their women, their children, and what was light with them. We drove away a great many camels and numerous sheep. We brought them to the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and I brought his head, carrying it with me. He gave me from those camels 13 in payment of my dowry, and so I was joined with my family. The expedition of Muḥallim ibn Jathama, Muḥammad ibn Salama said, from Ibn Ishaq, Yazid ibn Abdullah ibn Qusayt related to me, from Ibn Abdullah ibn Abi Hadrad, from his father, who said, "The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, dispatched us to Idam with a number of Muslims, among them Abu Qatada and Muḥallim ibn Jathama ibn Qays. When we were in the valley of Idam, Amir ibn al-Adbat al-Ashja'i passed by us on a young camel of his, with him a small pouch of his and a skin of milk. He greeted us with the greeting of Islam. We held back from him, but Muḥallim charged at him and killed him because of something that had been between him and him. He took his camel and his belongings. When we returned to the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, we informed him of the matter. And the Qur'an was revealed concerning us. O you who have attained to faith! When you go forth in the cause of God, use your discernment and do not say to anyone who offers you the greeting of peace, "You are not a believer." 494, unto the end of the verse. Aḥmad ibn Salama also narrated it from Ibn Ishaq. And Aḥmad ibn Salama said, from Ibn Ishaq, Muḥammad ibn Jafar ibn az-Zubayr related to me, I heard Ziyad ibn Dumayra ibn Sada Damri narrate from his father and his grandfather, who had both witnessed Hunayn with the messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. He prayed the noon prayer and sat in the shade of a tree. Uyayna ibn Badr stood before him, demanding blood money for Amir ibn al-Adbat, the leader of Qays, and Al-Aqra ibn Habis came to defend Muḥallim ibn Jathama, who was the leader of Khindif. The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said to the kinsman of Amir, Would it please you to take from us now 50 camels, and 50 when we return to Medina? Uyayna ibn Badr said, By God, I will not leave him until I make his women taste the grief that he has made my women taste. A man from Banu Layth, named Ibn Muqaytil, of medium stature, stood up and said, O messenger of God, I find no parallel for this slain man in the dawn of Islam, except that of a flock of sheep that came to water. The first of them was shot, and so the last of them fled. Establish a precedent today, and alter it tomorrow. The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, Would it please you to take 50 camels now, and 50 when we return? he did not cease with them until they consented to the blood money. The people of Muḥallim said, "Bring him so that the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, may seek forgiveness for him." He said, so a tall, well-built man came in a fine garment, in which he had prepared himself for death. He stood before the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, then said, "O God, do not forgive Muḥallim." He said it 3 times. He stood up, and he was wiping his tears with the edge of his garment. Ibn Ishaq said, and his people claimed that he sought forgiveness for him afterwards. And Abu Dawud said in his Sunan, Musa ibn Ismail related to us, saying, Aḥmad related to us, saying, Muḥammad ibn Ishaq related to us, saying, so Muḥammad ibn Jafar related to me, I heard Ziyad ibn Dumayra. He said, and Aḥmad ibn Sa'id al-Hamdani and Wahb ibn Bayan related to us. They said, Ibn Wahb related to us. Abd al-Rahman ibn Abi az-Zinad informed me from Abd al-Rahman ibn al-Harith, from Muḥammad ibn Jafar, that he heard Ziyad ibn Sa'd ibn Dumayra as-Sulami. And this is the narration of Wahb, and it is more complete, relating to Urwa ibn az-Zubayr from his father. Musa said, and his grandfather, who both witnessed Hunayn with the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, meaning his father and grandfather. Then we return to the narration of Wahb, that Muḥallim ibn Jathama killed a man from Ashja in Islam, and that was the first blood money judged by the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. Uyayna spoke concerning the killing of the Ashjai man because he was from Ghatafan, and Al-Aqra ibn Habis spoke, and he mentioned the story until he said, and Muḥallim was a tall, dark-skinned man, and he was at the edge of the people. They did not cease until he made his way through and sat before the messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him, his eyes shedding tears. He said, O messenger of God, I have done that which has reached you, and I repent to God, so seek forgiveness for me, O messenger of God. The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, Did you kill him with your weapon in the dawn of Islam? O God, do not forgive Muḥallim, in a loud voice. Abu Salama added, He stood up, and he was wiping his tears with the edge of his cloak, and God, the Most High, knows best. The expedition of Abd Allah ibn Hudhafa ibn Qays ibn Adi as-Sahmi ibn Jurayj said, O you who have attained to faith, obey God and obey the messenger and those in authority among you. 459 was revealed concerning Abd Allah ibn Hudhafa as-Sahmi. The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, dispatched him in an expedition. Yala ibn Muslim informed me of this, from Sa'id ibn Jubair, from Ibn Abbas. They both recorded it in the Sahih. And Al-Amash said, from Sa'd ibn Ubaidah, from Abu Abd al-Rahman as-Sulami, from Ali ibn Abi Talib, the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, appointed a man from the Ansar as commander of an expedition, and ordered them to obey him. They angered him in some matter, so he said, Gather firewood for me. They gathered it. He ordered them, and they kindled it. Then he said, Did not the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, command you to listen to me and obey? They said, Indeed. He said, Then enter it. They looked at one another and said, We only fled to the messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him from the fire. His anger subsided, and the fire was extinguished. When they came before the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, they mentioned that to him. He said, Had they entered it, they would not have emerged from it. Verily, obedience is only in what is right. They both recorded it. And in this year was the expedition of Dat ar-Riqa. It has already been mentioned in the 4th year, and we have presented the difference of opinion concerning it. Perhaps there were 2 such expeditions, and God knows best. The fulfilled Umrah Nafi ibn Abi Nuaym narrated from Nafi, the freedman of Ibn Umar, who said, "The fulfilled Umrah was in Dhu al-Qada of the 7th year." And Mu'tamir ibn Sulaiman said from his father, who said, "When the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, returned from Khaybar, he sent out expeditions and remained in Medina until the new moon of Dhu al-Qada appeared. Then he called out among the people to prepare for the Umrah. They prepared themselves and went out with him to Makkah." And Ibn Shihab said, "Then the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, set out in Dhu al-Qada until he reached Yajaj, where he set down all the implements of war, the leather shields, the iron shields, the lances, and the arrows. And they entered with only the traveller's weapon, the swords. And the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, sent Jafar ahead of him to Maymuna bint al-Harith ibn Hazn al-Amiriya and proposed to her on his behalf. She entrusted her affair to Al-Abbas, as his wife was her sister, al-Fadl. So Al-Abbas married her to the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. When he arrived, he commanded his companions, saying, "Uncover your shoulders and hasten in the circumambulation, so that the polytheists may see their strength and fortitude." And he countered them with every means he could. The people of Makkah, men, women, and children, lined up to gaze upon the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and his companions as they circumambulated the house. And Abdullah ibn Rawaha was reciting poetry before the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, with his sword slung over his shoulder, saying, "Clear the way, O sons of the faithless, from his path. I bear witness that he is his messenger. The Most Merciful has revealed in his revelation, in scriptures recited unto his messenger. Today we strike you on the ground of its interpretation, as we struck you on the ground of its revelation, a striking that removes the head from its resting place, and makes the beloved forget his beloved. And men from their nobles absented themselves, that they might not look upon the messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him, out of rage, bitterness, jealousy, and envy. They went out to Al-Khandama. The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, remained in Makkah for 3 nights, and that was the end of the condition. When the morning of the 4th day came, Suhail ibn Amr and others came to him, and Huwaytib ibn Abd al-Uzza cried out, "We implore you by God and the pact to depart from our land, for the 3 days have passed." Sa'd ibn Ubadah said, "You have lied, may you be motherless. It is not your land, nor the land of your fathers. By God, we will not depart." Then the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, called to Suhail and Huwaytib and said, "I have married a woman among you, so what harm would it do you if I were to stay until I consummate the marriage with her, and we prepare food, and we eat, and you eat with us?" They said, "We implore you by God and the pact, only to depart from us." So the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, commanded Abu Rafi, and he announced the departure. The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, mounted and rode until he encamped in the valley of Sarif, and the Muslims stayed. And the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, left Abu Rafi behind to bring Maymuna to him when evening fell. He remained at Sarif until she came to him, having faced hardship and harm from the foolish ones of Quraysh, and he consummated the marriage with her there. Then he set out at night and travelled until he reached Medina, and God ordained that the death of Maymuna would be at Sarif after a time. And Fulay said, from Nafi, from Ibn Umar, that the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, set out to perform Umrah, but the disbelievers of Quraysh prevented him from reaching the house. So he sacrificed his offering and shaved his head at Al-Hudaybiyah, and he made a pact with them that he would perform Umrah the following year, and would not carry any weapon except swords, and would not remain there except for as long as they wished. So he performed Umrah the following year, and entered it as he had agreed with them. When he had remained there for 3 days, they commanded him to depart, and so he departed. Al-Bukhari recorded it, and Al-Waqidi said, Abdullah ibn Nafi related to us from his father, from Ibn Umar, who said, this Umrah was not a fulfillment of a missed one, but rather a condition upon the Muslims that they would perform Umrah the following year in the month in which the polytheists had barred them. And Muḥammad ibn Salama said, from Ibn Ishaq, from Amr ibn Maymun, I heard Abu Hadir al-Hadrami narrate to my father, Maymun ibn Mihran, who said, I set out to perform Umrah in the year Ibn Zubayr was besieged, and men from my people sent with me a sacrificial animal. When we reached the people of Syria, they prevented us from entering the sacred precinct, so I sacrificed the animal in my place. Then I ended my state of consecration and returned. The following year I set out to fulfill my Umrah. I came to Ibn Abbas and asked him, and he said, replace the sacrificial animal for the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, commanded his companions to replace the sacrificial animals they had slaughtered in the year of Al-Hudaybiyah during the fulfilled Umrah. Yunus added to it from Ibn Ishaq, who said camels became scarce for them, so the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, granted them a dispensation for cows. And Al-Waqidi said, Ghanim ibn Abi Ghanim related to me from Abdullah ibn Dinar, from Ibn Umar, who said, the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, indeed brought 60 sacrificial camels for the fulfilled Umrah. He said, and the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, encamped at Mara Zahran, and sent the weapons ahead to the valley of Yajaj, from where one can see the markers of the sacred precinct. Quraysh were apprehensive, so they went to the mountain peaks and vacated Makkah. And Mamar said, from Az-Zuhri, from Anas, who said, when the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, entered Makkah for the fulfilled Umrah, Ibn Rawaha walked before him, saying, clear the way, O sons of the faithless, from his path. The Most Merciful has revealed in his revelation that the best of killings is in his way. We have killed you on the ground of its interpretation, as we killed you on the ground of its revelation. O my Lord, I am a believer in his word. And Ayub said, from Sa'id ibn Jubair, who related it to him, from Ibn Abbas, the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, arrived in Makkah, and the fever of Yathrib had weakened them. The polytheists said, there comes to you a people whom the fever has weakened, and they have met with great adversity from it. God informed his prophet of what they said, so he commanded them to jog during the first 3 circuits and to walk between the 2 corners. When they saw them jogging, they said, are these the ones you claimed the fever had weakened? These are more robust than we are. Ibn Abbas said, and he did not command them to jog for all the circuits, only out of consideration for them. They both recorded it, and Yazid ibn Harun said, Al-Jurayri informed us from Abu at-Tufail, who said, I said to Ibn Abbas, Your people claim that the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, jogged, and that it is a sunnah. He said, They spoke truth and they spoke falsehood. Indeed, the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, arrived in Makkah while the polytheists were on Kaykian. The people of Makkah were an envious people, and they began to say among themselves that the companions of Muhammad were weak. So the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, Show them what they despise to see from you. So the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, jogged to show them his strength and the strength of his companions, but it is not a sunnah. Muslim recorded it. And the jogging has remained a sunnah for the circumambulation of arrival. And even though its cause has vanished, Jabir has indeed related in the pilgrimage of the Prophet, May God's peace and blessings be upon him, his jogging and their jogging during the Umrah of Al-Jirana. And Ismail ibn Abi Khalid said, from Ibn Abi Awfa, he heard him say, We performed Umrah with the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and we were shielding him while he circumambulated from the youths of Makkah, lest they harm him. And Ibn Abi Awfa showed us a wound that he sustained with the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, on the day of Khaybar. Al-Bukhari. His marriage, peace be upon him, to Maymuna, Yunus ibn Bukayr said, from Ibn Ishaq, Aban ibn Salih and Abdullah ibn Abi Najih related to me, from Mujahid and Atta, from Ibn Abbas, that the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, married Maymuna, and the one who married him to her was Al-Abbas. The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, remained in Makkah for 3 days. Then Huwaytib ibn Abd al-Uzza came to him with a group from Quraysh, and they said, Your appointed time has expired, so depart from us. He said, What if you were to leave me, and I celebrate the wedding feast among you, and we prepare food, and you attend it? They said, We have no need of it. So he departed, and left behind Abu Rafi, his freedman, with Maymuna, until he brought her to him at Sarif, and he consummated the marriage with her there. And Wuhayb said, Ayub related to us from Ikrimah, from Ibn Abbas, that the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, married Maymuna while he was in a state of consecration, and he consummated the marriage with her when he was not consecrated, and she died at Sarif. Al-Bukhari narrated it. And Abd al-Razak said, Athari said to me, Pay no mind to the opinion of the people of Medina. Amr informed me from Abu Ash-Shatha, from Ibn Abbas, that the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, married while he was in a state of consecration. And Athari has also narrated it from Ibn Khuthaym, from Sa'id ibn Jubayr, from Ibn Abbas, and both are in the Sahih. And Al-Awza'i said, Atta related to us from Ibn Abbas that the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, married Maymuna while he was in a state of consecration. Said Ibn al-Musayyib, then said, How could that be, even if she were his maternal aunt? The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, did not marry her until after he was no longer consecrated. Al-Bukhari recorded it from Abu al-Mughira, from him. And Hamad ibn Salama said, from Habib ibn Ash-Shahid, from Maymun ibn Mihran, from Yazid ibn al-Asam, from Maymuna, who said, The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, married me while we were both not in a state of consecration at Sarif. Abu Dawud narrated it, and Muslim has recorded it from another chain through Yazid ibn al-Asam. And Sulaiman ibn Harb said, Hamad ibn Zayd related to us, saying, Matar al-Waraq related to us, from Rabia ibn Abi Abd al-Rahman, from Sulaiman ibn Yasr, from Abu Rafi, who said, The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, married Maimuna while he was not in a state of consecration, and he consummated the marriage with her while he was not in a state of consecration. And I was the messenger between them. And Israel said, from Abu Ishaq, from Al-Bara, who said, The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, performed Umrah in Dhu al-Qada. And he mentioned the narration at length. And in it, So the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, departed, meaning from Makkah, and the daughter of Hamza followed them, calling out, O uncle, O uncle! Ali, may God be pleased with him, took her and said to Fatima, Take your cousin. So she carried her. He said, Then Ali, Zayd ibn Haritha, and Jafar disputed over her. Ali said, I took her, and she is my uncle's daughter. And Jafar said, My uncle's daughter and her maternal aunt is under my care. And Zayd said, My brother's daughter. So the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, ruled in favour of her maternal aunt, and said, The maternal aunt is in the station of the mother. And he said to Ali, You are from me, and I am from you. And he said to Jafar, You resemble me in my character and my form. And he said to Zayd, You are our brother and our freedman. Al-Bukhari recorded it from Ubaydullah from him. And Al-Waqidi said, Ibn Abi Habiba related to me from Dawud ibn al-Husayn, from Ikrimah, from Ibn Abbas, that Umar bint Hamza and her mother, Sulma bint Umayz, were in Makkah. When the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, arrived, Ali spoke to the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and said, Why should we leave our uncle's daughter, an orphan, in the midst of the polytheists? The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, did not forbid her being brought out. So he went out with her. Zayd ibn Haritha, who was the executor of Hamza's will, and the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, had established brotherhood between them, spoke up. And he mentioned the narration, and in it, So he ruled in favour of Jafar, and said, Her maternal aunt is under your care, and a woman is not to be married to her maternal aunt nor her paternal aunt simultaneously. And from Ibn Shihab, that when the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, returned from his Umrah in Dhu al-Hijjah of the 7th year, he dispatched Ibn Abi al-Awja with 50 men to the Banu Sulaim, as will be forthcoming.